Smiling's working on a space duck. Space duck. In a bathtub. It looks like when he joins us. Boop, 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 boop. My brain. My brain! It's broken. Where's Layden? Saved.
She was gonna say it.
What you doing there, Layden?
I'm going crazy.
There we go. Unmuted. Try it again.
Unmuted? You
Yeah.
got me muted?
Well, it
How
happens.
dare. Oh, there's my.
Well, I mean, it happens because I lurk in Twitch and I keep it the site muted. And then when you open a new
You
tab,
lurk and
what
twerk.
happens?
You lurk and twerk.
I lurk and
You play
twerk,
that one
baby.
off. I heard it.
Wrong stream. Wrong stream for that. You're gonna need to join my Only Paints for $5.99 a month for this silent twerk.
Smiling's live. He just has
I did. I sent him an invite. I sent invites to you, Battle, and him. We got shared chat going.
Battle yet?
I haven't. I sent him a message.
I'm really
So,
concerned.
you know,
I wish one of us actually knew his name at this point.
I know his other account, but I don't think I've seen him active, or he hasn't been active on it either. Grandpa
I
Games.
would have asked what his daughter's stream was because he said that she streams.
Does she?
Yeah.
I didn't think she streamed. I thought she was just a she just played with friends online.
I could have sworn she was streaming. I do have to. My stream is gonna be mostly dark. I'm gonna do what I can for my camera settings to fix it, but the heat index here is like 107. It's 92 degrees ish. So we don't have a lot of things in the house turned on because the people down the street just lost power, which means that the transformer right in our backyard is the next one in line. So that one's got the extra strain going on it right now. My stream's just a little darker.
Oh, the Beagles are here. Be careful. If we get a
what's happening now? What do you got? What's happening? What?
If Havula's dog starts hearing that, they might start doing the same thing. Oh, 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 oh. It is currently 90 here.
Same.
Same.
90 and 1,000% humidity.
Yeah. Layden was saying that they may accidentally disconnect because the heat index is 102 and
Oh, geez.
107.
That's great.
And in the meantime, it's snowing at Timberline Lodge.
Yeah, it's snowing up in Mount Hood and outside of Portland, Oregon. Like, what the fuck? It's June. Never snows up on the mountain in the summer.
Welcome to El Nino or El Nina, whatever word we're saying it is. I don't know.
I have no idea. Let's see if
I
can
picked
get-
up my new bow after work yesterday.
Ooh.
Ooh, aren't you just fancy, Katniss Everdeen?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Excited in tomorrow.
Did you shoot with it today?
I did not shoot with it today. I didn't want to risk any mishaps in the middle of a trail
Oh.
because the 3D shoot is all outdoor course,
Ah.
and each section takes you roughly about an hour to complete. If you're a slower shooter like I am,
Mhm.
15
Wowzers.
targets around.
That's exciting, though. So I got your prints. We had to so we had issues last week with the printer. It was like failing print, so we took a look at it, and there's like a screen protector that goes over the actual scanning part, so we had to buy some replacement sheets, and it
Oh,
was
just got gummed up enough that it was causing issues already.
yeah, these things are really tenacious. Like if you get any resin anywhere it's not supposed to be, then it fucks the whole thing up. So it won't print, which is good because it's monitoring like everything. So, but anyway, it's all cleaned up. I was able to print this tiny little test gobbo. So he printed it twice fine, so I can start getting yours. I'm still worried about doing them as the Nico parts as hollow. Did we decide we were going to try that or do them just do them as solid?
You could do the parts solid. Just don't do the whole piece
No, I can't.
as one piece, because
Yeah,
that
yeah.
definitely won't survive shipment.
No, absolutely not. And it's actually smaller than what you would actually get that it was designed for because it has to scale it down to fit in our printer. So if you were to do the whole piece, it like, oh, this is way too big for me to print, so I'm going to scale it down and get it as big as I can for you in here. So I don't know
Yeah.
even. It's supposed to be what 229 millimeters. So anyway, so moving forward on that front. Anyway,
Yay! Moving forward on the front.
Yay.
People ask why I don't want printers. I say because they're from hell. That's exactly why.
Are you Amish now?
Well, no. So have you? You've worked in the IT department enough, and you've seen it. You've probably seen the oatmeal comic that said printers are from hell, where he's like,
okay, I get the ref now.
yeah,
Yep. Right on.
that's the one that I was thinking about, which is people are like, oh, they're why don't you just get your own and print it? I'm like, do you realize how freaking complicated it is to print? Just printing it like a PDF.
Oh yeah, right.
And now we're going to print 3D resin. And as you just said, these things are super sensitive. And if one little thing gets out of whack, what's next?
Well, and it's it's another. I look at everything as a tool for mindfulness or being present. It's like I shaved with a straight razor because it was a way another practice to have in a daily practice to put in place that keeps you mindful, right? Because if straight razors are the sharpest things in the world. So if you're not being mindful, you will cut yourself. So, for example, and so it's a good way to be mindful for me to keep the thing clean as I'm working on a project.
I just want to
Apparently,
point out
I've
that
been too sloppy and I get resin in places it's not supposed to be, and then the prints fail, and then we have to tear the whole thing down, and it's a pain in the ass.
I just want to point out that Smiling Beagle has one of the biggest beards of us all, and uses a straight razor to shave.
Well, yeah, I'm saying that I haven't shaved in a minute, but
Yeah.
yeah. So, that being said, I haven't shaved in like 6 months, so but it's an example of a way to stay present, right?
I get what you mean. So,
Yeah.
former partner of mine was very much into something. So sometimes when we get ready, she'd like to perform the shaving ritual or help perform a shaving ritual. And at one point, a mutual friend of ours was getting into shaving and like going down that whole rabbit hole. The whole idea of wet shaving, straight razors, the history behind it all.
Hobby.
Oh my God, those people can be weird at times.
Yeah, I'm from Portland. I get it.
We
It's like everybody's a lumberjack, and we all use straight razors and wear round glasses and
yeah,
ride mopeds.
and then they get
Wear
way too
rubber
much.
socks.
Yeah, or
Yeah.
what was it? The Kellys that someone
Yeah.
had pointed out. They're like, Kelly's just as ugly as the day you bought them.
That's really funny.
But a coworker of mine used to be very much into when I was shaving for the office all the time,
Mhm.
before COVID, and we were constantly going in.
Right.
When you were shaving with like the Gillette razor and like the foam shave and all that stuff, like I would just get terrible razor burn on my neck.
Yeah.
And I accidentally asked a guy, I said, "Hey, how do you avoid the razor burn like
Razor
this?"
burn.
He goes, "Well, you see, we're not meant to shave with the 10 billion razor things that you have. What you need to do is learn how to wet shave and use a straight razor." So I use a safety razor over a straight, but the friend that was getting into shaving, they found a replaceable straight razor blade.
Yes, that's what barber shops use.
That's what replaced the actual
blades.
yeah, and that's what replaced the straight razor in the barber shops. So rather than having the strop, they just pop the blades in and out and just snap one in half. So I bought one.
Those are good. That's good. I mean, I don't think you can get a better. I've never got a better shave than with a straight razor.
I have never gotten a better one
say.
either, but it's
It's the smoothest shave you can get, but as long as you keep it sharp.
Yeah.
You have to well, you don't, but I mean, if you had an actual straight razor, that you'd have to keep it stropped like every time you use it.
Yeah, you gotta.
That's kind of a pain in the butt.
Well, I mean, that's the point of the exercise, though, is you're very mindful when you're using it.
Yes. Well, and it's because most people think that like a razor blade's the sharpest thing. It's typically the sharpest thing we run into day to day, but a straight razor is actually sharper than a razor blade.
Yeah.
And which is why you have to strop it again with the leather, because it's doing. It's literally aligning the atoms back in place on the very edge of it. I mean, it's that sharp. So it's when you're stropping it, you're actually getting all the molecules back in alignment. And I just, what? So yeah, it's crazy sharp.
Mm-hmm.
But it's good. I enjoy it. I do need to get some beard oil or something going on.
I used to have a lady not too far that was making small batch beard oil.
Oh yeah.
They made leather and sandalwood beard oil.
Yeah, sandalwood's one of my faves.
So, or no, it was tobacco and leather.
I smell enough like tobacco. Does smelling like cigarettes count?
Different tobacco. Different.
Cigarette leather flavored. Yeah, I get it. I played in a band with a guy. I was in a punk band for about a year and a half. It was pretty cool. It's kind of like if you thought of Green Day before Green Day. So we were doing like, it was basically just hard and fast pop music with harmonies. But he grew his own tobacco at their house. And his wife, he had like a little above ground bed. So he grew and dried and smoked his own tobacco. It's pretty cool. It's a totally different animal.
That world could be different.
Oh yeah.
But like to that point, it's like it's an exercise in mindfulness, and
Yeah.
I mean, it becomes very much a ritual too at some point.
Yes. Well, that's part of it, right? Rituals are like, in a way to be mindful. It's just scheduled times to be mindful.
Yeah.
So it's like the practice of going about your morning routine, whatever you might find yourself doing it really mindlessly. Just go, okay, I got to get my water, get my juice. Then I go over here and I do that. Then I go over here and I take my pills and I do the same thing every morning. And it's just on autopilot.
So when I was joking, or when I was trying to teach young engineers how to be mindful of their life and their day, one of the things that I asked him about, I said, when's the last time you locked your keys out of the car? And from that point forward, from like the moment you realize you lock your keys in the car, till you get them returned to you, how much of your day has been just completely and utterly gone? Like there's nothing you can do aside from literally stop and go, I have to find a way to hard reset my entire day.
Mm-hmm.
How do you guys deal with that when you receive bad feedback, or are you stressing out because it's like you have to like
they're gonna fire me? I failed this code review. I gotta fix it.
Yeah, it's like that's not the point of it. The point is to like stop and go, hey, we need to talk about this, or I need a couple of minutes to reset my day because everything's sideways.
Right. Yeah, let's redo this.
Yeah, let's
Be the solution, she said.
oh, that's what it comes down to, is you need someone to help be the solution rather than be the problem.
Right.
So,
well, we're not trained that way though as kids, right? We're trained to react to the world. We're not trained to be present and healthily and effectively deal with what's happening right now in this present moment. We deal with stuff from a place of memories or expectation of what could happen or what might happen,
or what will happen.
Yeah. So and like corporate mindfulness programs took off like the last 10 years, and they became huge because there's so many people on autopilot. And yeah, it's good. But rituals are like a scheduled way to be mindful. Like when we were at the ashram, for example, it's a spiritual community. It was focused. I mean, accepted everything, but it focused on Vedantic yoga philosophy and practice and all this, which is a long, huge, deep, rich history, right? So, but there were rituals in place. So every morning at this time, there was a 20-minute meditation and our fire ceremony, for example, and where you're chanting mantras and you're setting the energy in the space, and it's just more meditation. It's just using syllables and vowels. Your mantras are just they're like they don't hold any power themselves. It's like a prayer, right? But it's in Sanskrit, where the vowels and the sounds of the combinations of syllables create a vibration. Because all sound is everything is vibration, right? But we know audio has vibration, and so Sanskrit was designed as a language that facilitated, real positive vibration, basically audio sonic vibration. Anyway, so you do that every day, then a 20-minute meditation, then this, and then at night at this time we do the same thing. And so it was a way to every day was like that. They've been doing it every single day for almost 60 years now. And it's a ritual that promotes for making you be mindful for at least that 45 minutes to start your day with. And then the same thing at night. So you're calming your mind down and getting rid of all the crap. And we used to joke though. It's not like you sit. I mean, meditation's a huge part of yoga, obviously, but um, I meditated for an hour a day for years, and a lot of spiritual folks think that, well, you just meditate and then you get all this stuff, and it's like, no, not really, because there's a lot more that goes with it, because most people get up from meditation and they're the same jerk they were when they sat down. So the world didn't go away just because you quieted your mind for an hour. It's like Ram Dass. I don't know if you guys are familiar with him, but he was always like, yeah, if you want to see how enlightened you are, go spend a week with your family.
Oh no,
And
no, no! I know how
because
enlightened I am.
you can, yeah, right. Well, that's the common response, because you can do all these practices, but if you can't be out in the world with mindfulness, then it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I was trying to teach these young engineers at times. I'm like, look, nobody's going to be mad at you. At the end of the day, what I'm trying to be mindful of is, hey, I want to avoid the bad scenario with my client. That
Right.
bad scenario with my client is them going, did you guys even really look at this?
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
once you get that, it's like damaging to like a corporate relationship. It's just damaging, and you just kind of slowly you overreact to everything.
Right.
You see
Everything becomes catastrophic.
And you don't want it, and that's not the point. Everything is not catastrophic. Everything is fixable. We just need
And
to
it's
know.
not,
No.
and it's
Just-
not personal either.
Yeah.
That's what I had to learn. It's like, because working in an agency, and you get stuck on some project, and it's hard and fast, agile. We're doing scrums every day, code review every 2 weeks. I would get tore up. Or in my mind, it was like, oh, this QA person just tore apart this ticket that I just built a solution for, and I find myself getting indignant, and you're just like, yeah, well, screw them. It would have been them. And you're just, a lot of it boils down to not looking good, because we always want to look good. We don't like looking not good. And, it's like, oh, God. And I made it mean something about me. I made it mean that I was broken because this code wasn't working the way they expected to. And that's the separation I had to make, is to realize that, hey, none of this is about you, and it's not personal at all. And everybody's just doing their job. Yeah.
So
I did code reviews for people as a team lead, and, it turned people up, but it's how you deal with it is totally different.
So, on that,
Yeah.
freehand on books. I've taken into a QA role on plan sets.
Mm.
And, there was a guy, he's like, he had to pick up some of my work because I got tired of dealing with design build, because the client is just a complete trash person. And I'm like, I can't deal with these people anymore. I'm tired of this crap.
Nice.
Well, it's when you're the owner's rep, it's different than being
Right.
the contractor. And the owner's rep side of it, like, you go, nobody else is doing it this way. Why are we doing this? Well, we do things differently. We think it's better.
Uh-huh. Well, do you work for an agency or a single vendor?
I'm consultant side,
Oh,
so
Are you a freelancer then?
no, I work for a proper company. It's just
Oh, okay.
we're consultant to DOTs and cities and
Yeah.
counties and all that.
Thanks.
But we were the owner's rep for the DOT on the design build program for one of the districts. So we would have to deal with the PMC, program management controls,
Mhm.
or project manager control. I forget what their acronym actually is, because, alphabet
Right.
soups. They, So their idea is that they're supposed to be the layer between government and you. So you have to treat their word as law, even though their word is not law, and you know it's being done different. So we would go through these things, and I finally got tired of it. So I handed off this last project, the bundles that we had, to someone else, and he's like, "Hey, I'll take over the right-of-way aspects of it." I'm like, "Oh, thank God, I'm done with this crap," because it's hard to work with people that refuse to communicate with you. It's hard to work with a client that just doesn't care, and they're just constantly changing. The RFI process was just a mess, and I'm like, I'm tired of this crap. So he's like, I wouldn't have done it that way. I wouldn't have done it that way. I'm like, this is how it works. This is how we've been doing it. This is the expectations that we've been going through. Yada yada yada. I recently got one of his set of plans to review that was not on the design build side. I left more red on that. Finally, like, his boss comes back over to me and goes, I think he has a lot of respect for you now because he sees everything that you had to deal with. I'm like, oh, you want to walk a mile in my shoes? Trust me, it's not the same mile you think it is.
Yeah. You could walk a mile in my shoes, but that would be real boring. I'd invite you to spend 30 seconds in my head. That's interesting.
Yeah. It's so he kind of like learned, and he's like, well, we're supposed to submit on July 3rd to the DOT for the field plan review. They're going to get me their back check set on the 27th of June. It was supposed to be the 20th of June. That's how rough some of the things were that I left, or how many things that I actually did catching.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, slow down and everybody kind of think through what you're doing and be mindful and understand what you're trying to do. Don't just slam stuff on a page. It drives me crazy.
All right. Well,
my punch list of them, bro.
Like I said, I mean, most of us are living in a state of reactivity all the time.
Yeah.
And we're reacting based on our perceived history or our perceived results of things.
Yeah. It's interesting.
I gotta clean that up a little bit.
I'm just trying to think of what I need to do for my last punch list. So I've got non-metallic metals on cans, my cherry rivets, the gold on the sword and the sword itself. I need to freehand some cat stripes along Puss to get him to stand out a little bit differently, because he needs to have a little bit more ginger in him. And I've got freehanding on books. So I was going to ask you, Smilo, your wizard book, have you considered what you're going to put in there?
Yeah, a little bit. Just kind of, and I've used, like, I found a chart that has all these magic symbols, and so on one, I might use there's like an Aleister Crowley symbol from one of his outings. I don't know. It's probably like a symbol on one side. I'm thinking I want his hand to glow, so like over the book. So if the book's right here, I think that's why the sculptor raised his fingers up and such. Like, if you can see the camera.
I got you. I've been lurking in it.
So yeah, I would put a magic symbol there maybe, and then writing on this side.
Mm-hmm. That's actually kind of cool.
But if I get,
I prepared explosive runes today.
Who? Huh?
Have it say I prepared explosive runes today. Whenever anybody reads it, it blows up on them.
Nice. There you go.
What do you mean, way weird today? The colors are actually balancing out just a smidge.
Runes. Yeah, do some runes on it. That's good. Something like that.
They got hands. Oh.
I want to get one of those little micro pens. So I want to get. I was watching. Who was I talking to? It might have been you. Actually.
Oh.
Yeah, so that Squidmar he was talking about it. He was using these micro pens for doing the scroll work on the Space Marines or whatever they are. And I said, the pens are awesome. Or like even the tip has a tip.
So on that, I was talking to Monster Den one day.
Yeah.
and he suggested using toothpicks.
Yeah.
So the tip of the toothpick deteriorates quickly depending on the fineness of the dot.
Sure.
Oh, I have a trick.
Uh-oh. Karen's got a
Yeah.
trick. What she got?
Here she comes.
So I don't know if you can see this or not, but this is a sculpting tool.
Uh-huh.
They're like $3 on Amazon,
Uh-huh.
but it's got a little tiny ball at the end, and it makes
Oh.
comments.
Oh, that's clever, Karen.
Much better than a toothpick.
We're gonna have to go look at Amazon at some point. I did buy some, so I go to the grocery store and I'm like, all right, see how many weird looks I can get from the cashiers and everybody in the store when I go down the beauty aisle as a man with a beard and pick out makeup sponges.
Well, I'll tell you another trick are these let's see if I
Yeah.
can find
They
Yeah,
it.
we
just think that you're. They're just wondering where the little daughter is.
No, so, okay. So
Yeah, they're-
So this is an eyeliner or a fingernail liner pen brush,
mhm.
and I highly recommend those two.
super teeny tip.
Teeny tip. Put your bathtub in there so
Toothpick,
you
you can reshape for eyeballs by trimming down. Yeah, you could whittle down.
can see.
whittle
they
down.
Still get
Oh
wet.
man,
Oh,
oh man!
You get one shot at it, I
What
think.
up?
What?
Yeah, no Mana was sharing his kitties last night in Discord. It was super pretty. He has some really cute ones hanging around him.
Nice.
But I forget what we were talking about.
I got a Dollar Tree like 30 seconds away. it's like we're in there all the time grabbing crap.
But yeah, so like for the Griffin docs that I work on. I was watching Zombie Sashimi. It's like I should really pick up some makeup sponges.
Hey, thanks,
So-
man.
I got this, I got like one where it's got like the little tip on the end you can smoosh against, and then I've got like the blending sponge wedges.
Oh. Let me see.
Oh yeah,
Yeah. So much useful stuff. Yeah, I just bought some of those wedgie makeup brushes, or the foam pads, sponges. That's, I didn't say makeup sponge, right?
You did.
So yeah, I'm like I don't even know what I say anymore. Did I say words out loud? But yeah, there's so many cool little hobby tools like that too. Like one of my favorites is I've got a big flat piece of Lego.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like a big giant Lego tile, and it's great for cleaning dry brushes and stuff. You can even use it as a dry palette if you need to. That's what I got it for at first, was a dry palette. It's a big
yes.
giant Lego sheet. Yeah. But it's awesome for cleaning dry brushes because of all the nubs on it. You just rub them on there and all that.
Get something good. Get something tasty, no man. You deserve it. So I used to have Baba Yaga's hut standing on the
Need a
space.
bite of food. So much eating. Go ahead. Yes, sorry.
When are you gonna paint the lighthouse?
So, Layden, it's on my list to paint. All right, I've got the lighthouse keeper.
Good.
I just need to get it out of the box, and I need to get.
Well,
No. It's not excuses. I'm waiting. Okay. Oh, hold on. You slow your roll, sir. You slow that roll. I'm waiting to build up my airbrush pile for priming and varnishing. Once I build up that pile, I'll airbrush the varnish, and then I prime up a bunch of stuff and throw it in the prime box. And when I do that, I plan on airbrushing the base layers of the lighthouse together, because it's such a big piece. Trying to paint all of that by hand is ridiculous. When I can airbrush it and then just finish it off on stream.
how tall is the lighthouse?
Hold on.
Hold on. I'm holding.
sand this.
All right. All right. All right. You got my stream up, Layden?
Yeah.
Let me
Let's
zoom
see.
this
What do
thing
you got?
way out.
Okay.
I mean, seeing its tallness doesn't help me. Like, what am I?
That's funny.
So,
There's a reason why I have a rangefinder tool.
this is my hand. This is a 28 millimeter figure. There's more to it.
Let me see.
That's it?
What?
That's how big it is? That's it?
It's got other pieces. I've got a walrus I've got to paint on there. I've got little flats that I got to glue on there. I've got a whole frickin' diorama that I got to build around this dang thing.
She's 12.5 inches tall and I'm painting all her by hand.
And then on top of it, I've got to, put the 4 posts and have it glued together.
Ah, hello.
Hey, Beulah!
Hey,
Oh.
hey.
So it's
Also, you might want to reply to no mana.
Sword. Sword.
No, the one before that.
I mean, there's what's wrong with me using eyeliner? Everybody's doing it. God. I'm jealous of everybody.
Is, Mom.
Yeah. It's a relatively large piece, Layden, in terms of like brushwork. I could do it all by hand. It's just because of the number of pieces that I have to keep it in, I would rather have it glued up and building it in that section and airbrush it together. That's valid, though, no
painting
mana.
myself after the art. What? You paint yourself? Why are you painting yourself?
He was in a
I understand.
Yeah. I mean, I paint myself, but it's because I'm a klutz.
I
Yeah.
mean, you don't sample the paint at the tip of your brush like Painty does on your thumb?
Not so much.
Well, I do that because I want to make sure that when I'm glazing something, I don't accidentally draw a straight line.
I know.
I do the paper towel dab is kind of my habit, I think.
So I have
Tried doing the thumb, but
I have the sponge and the towel off-site that I'd still wipe off on. And I'm still trying to like get it right. And I still screw it up. So the lighthouse, Layden, is a relatively large piece that I'm going to base coat it in airbrush tones because it's browns and grays, and then finish it on stream and dry brush and all that stuff. Dry brush
Is
washes.
that like the Wisconsin version of "Bless Your Heart"?
Do I need to start putting that lady in chat so you understand how much I do know? Easy. Thank you.
Die.
Yes,
Uh,
to your good health.
may Nurgle be upon you.
Meh.
Not get the plague.
Right. Well, that's
So-
what it was, right? It was telling. It was like, don't die. Like when you left the city walls,
Yeah.
go out in the world. Mhm. What?
But before they learned what allergies was.
Right. Exactly. Hey, fever. What's that?
Coffee good.
Oh yeah, coffee is good.
She said coffee. I thought she said uppies, and I was like, Karen.
Uppies aren't always good. Uppies are always good.
Puppies are great.
Yeah.
We love
Oh.
puppies.
There's
Yeah, I'm a fan of the puppy.
so there's a lady that
Uppies, like being lifted up into the air.
yeah.
Oh, gotcha.
When you pick somebody up and you give them like that big bear hug, and you just
Oh, okay. I totally didn't. Not
well,
get that.
smiling for those that are tall, we usually don't get uppies, therefore we cannot
Right.
share in the joys of uppies.
Uppy.
Yeah.
I need my glasses.
I did put my glasses on today and I still can't see shit.
No.
My contacts are in. I can kind of.
I wish I could wear contacts, but I gotta wear bifocals because I'm nearsighted and farsighted. I couldn't figure it out.
Oh.
Yeah. Until they can make bifocal contacts. That's-
So they do.
LASIK.
Oh,
But-
God.
LASIK.
Mhm.
Bear mode on hobbits. No. When I see the hobbit, I gotta pick them up and give them that massive bear hug and, elevate them off the ground to let them know that they are loved and respected.
I promise you. If you ever pick me up,
That would be hilarious.
you are going to hear one crack and then you are going to be gone.
What?
That would be
What?
hilarious. Yeah, I'll meet at a con somewhere. Penny just comes over, hey, lady, and picks you up. Just didn't-
Bear hug!
Bear hug.
And then you just hear a cracking of the neck. I
What
told
the
you
hell
not to pick me up.
Weren't you listening?
No.
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 Reggie.
I do not listen. That's the whole
As a
point.
matter of fact, no.
Painty's hard of hearing.
Right. Selective hearing like my shepherd.
Unless, of course, my arms are pinned, and then you just get the death glare of, I am patient enough to get you later.
You have to put me down eventually.
Don't know, Smithereen, if it will be streamed.
Smithereen!
Well,
Will the picking be up stream?
Of course.
Smithereen! Oh my god, you want everything
You
streamed.
know it.
Why don't you just join us at a con next year?
Screen the world. Yeah.
We'll all go to a con next year together. At least
Mhm.
we'll try.
Third eye hat, proper hobbit. Every time she sees me, she starts standing there, her arms stretched up slightly, jumping on the spot. A friend of mine refers to her as the kangaroo.
That's cute.
So it was Taco React had there's one guy on TikTok that's just obscenely large, tall as well. And he's like, what would you do if I broke into your house? And Taco comes running around the corner and he repositioned the camera so he looked really short, looked up at him, put his hands up in the air, goes, I want uppies. I had a bad week. I want uppies. That's what made me think of it when Karen's like, uppies are great.
I see. Uppies.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll get to meet a few people at Nova, I think. I think June Gold saying they were going to be there, and Ghoul's going to be there.
Grumpy Crane will be there.
Grumpy, yeah, get to meet Grumpy. That'll be fun. I'm excited.
Yeah. I'll be meeting Monster Den at ReaperCon along with
Nice,
Antifreeze
nice.
420.
Cool.
I will be at none of them.
I'm with you, lady.
Although I will be in Missouri later this year.
I'm sorry.
Yep.
My grandmother does genealogy, so and she's starting to
That's right.
get up in age and as to where she's not really traveling, and financially they're just hanging on by the spring of the neck with retirement money.
Oh yeah.
No, so she likes doing genealogy. One of the grave sites is down there that she wanted to visit.
We're at in Missouri.
Um, somewhere on the south side.
Mm. I lived
South
up in
side,
the-
so
Like it started like with a B.
okay.
Biloxi?
Eh,
Biloxi's
I lived in
Mississippi.
Washington, Missouri
Oh.
for a year.
I don't know.
So south side of Missouri would be near the Ozarks, or part of the Ozarks, actually, technically.
Say the center, the geographical center of the country is in Missouri, down by Liberty.
I am so sorry. That's like the only redeeming part of Missouri.
Pretty much. Yeah, I mean, it was okay. It's just, whatever.
So I grew up outside of St. Louis. So I go home every so often for Christmas.
Oh, that's right. We mentioned this. Where were you at?
I was in Granite City on the Illinois side.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Uh,
So we
so-
were in Washington, like 90 miles west of St. Louis, right on the Missouri.
We were, so one year my dad's sister needs help because her car is not working anymore. And she's walking, and it was just like this massive cold snap that had rolled through, and nobody could come out and help her. So my dad's like, well, let's just get the car and bring it back. So we drive 4 hours to Warrensburg, Missouri with an F-150 pulling an empty trailer down I-70.
Oh, boy.
Finally stop and get some food, make our way, get down there, look at it. Dad goes, well, I see what's wrong with it. Maybe we can go to O'Reilly's and fix it really quick.
Flirt, I had proper habit every time she. Oh no! It's at one point at a concert. I'm standing there next to her, teasing her, like proper bullying her with her height, and I decided it's enough, and I say I should stop pushing around the door. And a mutual friend pops up on it and said, "Yeah, stop kicking the hobbit."
But yeah, that was a really fun trip because later the next day I had to drive back to where I live. This sucks. Long ride.
Yeah, we drove back. We had the two boys. God, they were like 3 and 5. We drove back, them and a cat, and we had a Ryder moving. I think it was Ryder.
Mhm.
Ryder or Penske, I don't remember. But anyway, we had to go. We took 70 all the way back, and then we had to cross. We were going back to Oregon, so we had to cross the very top part of Utah, and it's like it's where like Utah and Idaho and Oregon meet, or I don't know, California maybe. And it's like 3 of the states meet right there, but it's really high, and the truck decides it's going to die, and it's like 90 degrees out. So we had to wait for, I don't know, 3 or 4 hours for them to send another repair person out and deal with all that. That was the last Missouri memory I have.
Well, I mean, at least it was you leaving.
Yeah, it was leaving Missouri. Thank goodness. It just didn't do anything. It's just there. Missouri.
Like you go there and you're like, okay, so it should be like nice, and then you go, did we get stuck in the 90s or something and we forget to like move forward?
Yeah, everything was like 10 years behind.
Yeah. And you go back and you look at like all the things and you're like, oh, we're still paying with cash? What is this shit?
Of course, out here they still use styrofoam, which we got rid of in Oregon like 20 years ago.
Well, I mean, you gotta have styrofoam for the float trips, man.
Yeah. We got out to New York. It was like, what?
Time
They're still
out.
using styrofoam?
Go away with your Zaglow.
Good bot.
Oh, I need to make sure Siri's doing loop production again. Just it's been Nightbot recently, and I'm like, I don't remember if I want you doing that or not.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I had to kill all the Nightbot stuff because I hadn't configured it. I'm just using it for like one function. It decided last night it was going to moderate everything and just be really aggressive.
Oh, I
think Jay was
remember.
trying to post a bunch of stuff and it kept blocking him. I'm like, sorry. Let me turn all this shit off.
Oh, I know. I got blocked for 10 minutes because of spamming
Yeah,
emotes.
you were there. Yep. Yeah, all the moderation was on. Like, it had no governor. It's like, go to town, mod everything.
Yeah, and you're like, calm down. But
Yeah,
I still
right.
use it for. So Nightbot is used for the spam protection. My end.
Mhm.
So
Okay.
because you can put the block list in there,
Oh, nice.
and you can edit the block list. That's why I use Nightbot for it.
That's cool.
So when you remember to edit it, because right now I used like a standard corporate list, so it grabs like
right.
all. So I mean, it's kind of set on like a very aggressive state.
Excuse me, where's Malty?
Yeah,
Multi, I was hanging out a little bit last night. We do have ads coming up
Mm-hmm.
here in a second. Multi
I want,
was.
I want zombie bot. That's what I want. I want zombie to give me a script. I was talking to him about how he built that
Yeah.
a couple weeks ago.
He built it through AI.
Yeah. I mean, he's used ChatGPT to put it together, but he uses 11 Labs for the voice, and he's actually paying for a subscription for the voice.
Yeah.
But the script is what I want. I'm like, dude. He's like, I couldn't even tell you. It's like I built it out with chat or with AI, and here it is, and then just kind of tweaked it around until I got it where I wanted it. I'm like, I want that. And I think it's really cool.
His bot is super sassy.
Yeah, it's pretty snarky.
Yeah.
But you can adjust that too. I saw, because I started trying to reverse engineer what he's doing. And I still might continue on and see if I can create one.
Yeah. I look at it and I'm like, that's kind of nice. But then I'm like, I don't know if I really want that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's just more of a pain in the ass, but stuff that's automated that I can just have do what it does. That's fun. As long as I don't have to do anything with it.
It's most north.
Since most north is going to get.
I mean, if you want to send them down to us, no mano, they might roast. It's currently 40 degrees Celsius today.
What's that, 90?
It's 90.
Yeah, it's 90 here.
Yeah. Yeah. We'll melt you. Just send them over to the States and we'll watch them melt.
Yep. Yeah, I'm gonna ship them over, let them roast. Right on.
I mean, it's
bring them on.
It's gonna be a pretty brutal summer. I say that every.
June's already this hot. That's gonna be nuts.
August is gonna be brutal.
Yeah, I think my boys are gonna come out and visit in September, so hopefully it cools down a touch. And they're West Coast, and one of them lives in Denver, and they're not used to the humidity out here, so that's the biggest thing that gets them.
I mean,
it's just the air is so thick and wet. It's just
You walk outside and you instantly go, ugh. So I was making breakfast this morning on the Blackstone. And I'm like getting my pancakes and my bacon out there. And I go out to turn it on. I'm like, oh, this is going to be a rough day. This is going to be a rough day. I have to try to make sure I get out by
humidity than dry heat.
I'd rather have dry heat. Every day of the week, I'd rather have dry heat.
Yeah, I guess if I had a choice, probably dry.
Really?
Humidity is like, I don't know. I mean, if it's not terrible here, like New York, it's about the same as New York.
Dry heat.
Oh, Arizona, New Mexico.
Ooh.
No, I don't think I could do
painted
that.
the camera. I don't think
Why'd you paint the camera again?
But at least it's a dry heat.
That's
Well, I mean,
right.
that's kind of like the pain of. So I went out to Palm Springs one year for a work conference, and we were talking. And he's like, it's pretty bad when. So like people out there would constantly be setting brush fires on accident because they would do these like super elaborate gender reveal parties.
Oh God.
And he goes, yeah, one of them at one year was a firefighter and knew better, and it still got out of control. Like, it's
I
crazy.
love the movie Aliens too, except now the new series is coming out with aliens have actually finally got to Earth. The xenomorphs. Sorry, I wanted to change the subject just see, but
Oh no,
man posted.
I remember the first Aliens movie. That was a piece of art back in the day.
I'm big into Alien franchise. Any of them. In space, nobody can hear you scream. Yeah, I don't know how they're going to be able to do it as a television show. I would just wish they'd make a movie out of it and call it good. Let's just show us what happens when xenomorphs get to Earth. We're good. I don't need a whole, like, what was that one show in the 80s? The aliens were
B?
living amongst us. B, yeah. I remember my dad was big into watching.
I remember my dad was big into that show, and I could not get into it.
Yeah, yeah.
Even the remake, I had a hard time getting into it a little bit.
I don't know if I saw any of that.
So they tried to remake it, and they had the lady from Firefly, not Jewel, the but more. How do you say her name? She was the companion.
Oh.
Mordicia. But
Okay.
She was the queen of the hive, and they were showing up, and they took a slightly different angle to it this time. Last time
okay.
they just kind of showed up and said, "Hey, we're here to fight." Period. We don't care. This one, they kind of showed up and they like slowly started nudging in like technology over time, and they were kind of like showing off. See how great it is. See how all of these things are good for you.
Right. Makes
And
your life better.
Yeah. So, and that's kind of like the route they were taking, and then that's how like the resistance started. Someone going, I don't know about that. It's like, oh, you're not wrong. Spam container. Oh, yes. Marina Yep, that's her name.
Oh, right. Inara,
Yeah.
what was that one? There was not Asimov. Oh, who wrote what? I want to make sure I'm not getting this book confused, but there was a Childhood's End, right? Wasn't that? That wasn't Asimov. That was maybe what? No. Who did Childhood's End? I don't know. I don't even know if it's the same story, but the aliens had basically brought all their motherships to Earth and parked over all the major cities, these huge
Independence
giant,
Day.
well, like that.
Okay.
Like, yeah, this is older sci-fi, but it's so they're there for like 50 years, and there's a handful of government officials that are allowed to go up to the main mothership and interface with the aliens, and they will never show themselves. And everybody keeps saying, "Well, why don't you show yourself?" So, well, you're not ready to yet. We'll show you when you guys matured a little more. And they're like, okay, so they redo government, they redo. Yeah. Wow, way to spoil it.
Oh.
Yeah, anyway, 50 years go by, they interface, the world is great, prosperous, and they say, finally, we can reveal ourselves to you. And they look like the stereotype image of Satan with the horns and the tail and the cloven hoofs. And they're like, we couldn't show you that this is what we actually look like. Somebody had actually, we'd interfaced with you before back in the past, and you saw how that went. So, to reveal ourselves again to you, you wouldn't be able to get past the stigma of what we look like until we waited until you got past all the religious stereotypes first. It was really interesting if you get a chance. I think it was called Childhood Zen.
That actually sounds kind of interesting.
Yeah, because we got too many images and archetypes in our heads that if they did look like that, we wouldn't accept anything that they would say. We would just want to fight them. Really. Anyway.
The new Superman that's coming out.
Oh yeah.
How many people are excited to see it?
I don't know. Are you excited to see it? She's like our in-house superhero aficionado.
I really not.
What?
It just,
All right, Karen, we're gonna have to fight. Sorry.
I saw one of the trailers yesterday. I was like, I don't know. Seems
A little over the top, you think?
So,
going on.
well,
I don't know.
this one's a lot different than the last ones we've seen. There's Superdog. Yep, we have Crypto.
Yeah.
Crypto's in there.
Kind of cool.
Super Dog.
Yeah, we got Crypto.
Okay, that's cool. I'm in.
So,
I got Super Dog. I'm down.
when I saw Crypto in the trailer, I was like, I'm seeing it.
Yeah, but what's up with Lois? Just beating the shit out of him.
Well,
What is it all about?
I like that they're kind of changing it up just a smidge, and she's not like being super puff with him and being really rough. I kind of like that. Because it looks like they're telling he had like an oops moment or something probably. And that oops moment is kind of where they're like,
Everybody all of a sudden.
Oh yeah, no fuck up.
what's that?
No man, it's like, yeah, no fuck that.
I know.
Still Man of Steel. Yeah.
Because I mean, if you watch like some of the animated Supermans, you have Man of Tomorrow,
Yeah.
which they did, and that comic book was very different than most because he was learning who he was, and the first villain he fought was the one that sucked all of his powers out.
Oh,
Parasite.
let's give me a good Batman. Yeah, I agree with that. I think
Yeah.
I'm kind of more on the Batman side.
I want a good Batman. We do get the Batman in 27, I think.
I was a huge Wonder Woman fan back in the day. That and the Bionic,
Bionic couple,
duo.
the Bionic duo. Yeah, I thought that was pretty funny. They had the Bionic Man, and then they had to have the Bionic Woman. Like, okay. And then they get together. But they got, what's his face, the Doctor Who dude, he's already out. Done. He only did 2 seasons.
Capaldi or Smith or Tennant.
Now the current guy,
Oh,
I can never pronounce his name right.
I feel like we're starting to get to the point with the actors where we're just like, is that Benedict Cumberbatch? Was he in Sherlock?
I know, right? What?
Yeah.
Call him Bob. Yeah, he's only there for two. He was only there for 2 seasons, and they were planning on him staying on longer, and then something happened, and he's not coming back. So
Yeah, because apparently Doctor Who has like a
Who?
really bad culture around it. That's why what's his name stayed for one, Eccleston.
Yeah.
He didn't like the culture that was there with
Rich Brown.
Doctor Who, so he got out, and that's when Tennant came in and ran for 3 years or three
Yeah,
series
Tennant
or
was
seasons.
He had a weird face.
Tennant and Smith. Oh yeah. Well, this flesh, this you need a dark, rich brown. Well, what kind of brown? There's that kind of brown.
I have oak brown. That's pretty.
This is warm brown. That's the Pro Grill. That's pretty rich. I like the warm brown by them. It's a good.
Do you have
Trying to
anything-
find her a nice rich brown here. This carapace wool, cuirass leather. That's this stuff. It's
Super
dark.
Bowl.
No, I tried mixed
Layden, do you
purple.
need to go deal with what your sister just said?
Package. Yeah, this. Oops. No.
Meh.
Okay. I was just,
Oh, well,
You go-
smiling, they should land nowadays. Everyone's into the kink of horns, tails, and whatnot. Oh, yeah, right. I didn't see that message. Yeah, it's true. I mean, it would be like the alien version of a furry. Except they're dressed like demons instead of furries. Or like animals.
Oh, hold on. Smiling and laden. We have the romantable romance. Ginger Beef is in chat with us tonight. Let us all swoon him with our amazing paint knowledge and why Army Painter Fanatic is the best paint brand ever.
Boo.
Sorry in advance if our doggo is noisy. She's not having today. Oh. Oh, wow, 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 wow.
Maybe the new ones, like the new Army Painters, the Fanatic, I guess those are supposed to be pretty good. I gave Karen I bought my original Army Painter set when I got started, and that lasted about, what, a month?
Yeah.
I gave her my whole set. She's got my original Army Painters.
Welcome in, Ginger.
Ginger! Howdy, howdy.
Welcome in.
Wow, wow, wow.
Didn't realize you bent that way. More flexible than you know.
You called him out, therefore he learned to bend. Doing all right, Ginger. We're just having a chill night. We're working on some fine details with our Puss in Boots entry. I need to put in some more effort. I think I got the cans as done as I want them to be. I'm kind of tired of futzing with them. I might do a little bit of extra highlights on them to get them nice and bright. But working out on the...
Because they can't, right? I haven't heard that in a while. Because I can. Satya, what are you doing? No. I don't know what he's waiting for. It's like he comes in the middle of the room and just stands there and stares at us until, like,
Well,
tell him to leave, or how are you doing? Staying here.
he wants to, he wants treat.
Yeah, I think so. But he's getting like obsessed with them too. She started giving him these treats, and it's just like
2 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah,
he
2 in the
starts
morning he's
yelling.
going off like outside the door, and he's a pretty quiet fella. It's like, dude, give it up. We've created a crack addict.
I mean, that's why I was like, so everybody's like, you need to lower the points for Catcher's Treat.
No.
I'm not lowering the
Everyone's
points for
eating
Catcher's
those.
Treat because um,
Treats.
she gets that wet churro treat, and you know, you guys have seen how active she can be on some streams when she's not getting it.
They go bananas for stuff.
So I put down I need to take a photo of it, post it in Discord. So I put down a one of those wheatgrass containers that you grow. Like, I accidentally showed it to her on the counter. She's on my shoulder. I showed it to her. She got off my shoulder, leaped up on the sink itself, and was like ready to go attack it. I put it down, and she like, I'm having to clean up a mess every morning because she'll start to like pull out it, bite it, pull it out of the container. I'm like, I put it down way too early. But she is like obsessed with that when it's down there, and she remembers that it exists.
I go bananas. I don't know.
Yeah. Essentially, yes, Ginger, she did. Or no, Mana.
She went on pure T-Rex on Goldblum.
Like, I tried to get a video of her really quick, and by the time I got the video started, she was like, I'm going to go straight zoomy mode right now, and I'll come back to this. Because she had pulled a bunch of it out already. All right.
Where are we at? 4 to 5, 5:15. Okay, I gotta run ads soon.
Yeah, I've got 40 minutes until my next ad break, and then I'm going to go feed Catra. I might stop a little bit early and get some, or put the message up a little bit early and go get some coffee for myself. I had a Coke with dinner, and I'm like,
Oh, man, your life goals are now complete. You're mistaken for me.
Son of a biscuit. A moment I said it, I was like, I really tossed an insult to No Mana. I'm sorry, No Mana. You are not ginger beef. I was just reading your message as I was thinking of my response to Ginger. I'm sorry.
And just like that.
And just like that, Painty would like to extend his deepest and sincerest apologies.
You fucked up, Aaron.
Damn, son.
All right, Aaron, let's go.
Aaron.
So, as punishment for this, No Mana, I bought a WD-40 pin because this oscillating fan that I had on my desk would oscillate and sometimes click. So I'm like, okay, I need to like lube it up a little bit. So I lube up the fan and I turn it on today. The fan no longer oscillates. In response, I raise
Call
you.
your memes and raise you to memes.
So I no longer have an oscillating fan. I'm sad.
I still want to get a mini split down here.
No, it's one of the little WD-40 pins for precision application. You know,
Oh, okay. Yep.
you just do one of these motions on it, and you get it to come out of the tip. It's not even real oil.
Phrasing.
What?
I mean, what were we talking about before stream? I can't remember. We had some serious phrasing moments then. Oh.
What motion?
Probably.
Don't do it. He's setting me up.
Don't do
It's a trap!
It's a trap. It's a trap.
It's a trap! I would like to continue painting now, Jinja. I'm going to attempt to ponder how
You're
do
gonna be
I...
ignored now because
Yes,
Painting wants to
that's him
keep
being
painting.
nice.
That's the nice way to say.
I'm going to stop
Oh
listening
my-
to you and go back to painting now. Thank you.
Look, I got water.
Ooh, water!
Yay.
Actual water. Oh my god. Real water. Not Mountain Dew.
What do you...
Yeah.
Aw,
Aw.
I like Mountain Dew. Mountain Dew's actually got the most caffeine of all the sodas, doesn't it?
Monster, I think's taken over that.
Well, I mean, like the non-energy drinks, like the old school, like Dr. Pepper, Coke, Pepsi, Mountain Dew.
That used to be their claim to fame, yes.
Okay.
Is America sobering up? No.
No,
No.
no. No. We are simply taking better cares of ourselves.
Yeah, we are trying. I don't know. I've been using quite a bit of mind-altering stuff to get out of the current reality we're in. This timeline is really annoying.
This
I
timeline
would
sucks.
I do think we shifted. I think one of the colliders or something fucked with the quantum field. And I think that's part of where the whole Mandela effect thing got super popular the last bunch of years. Like nobody was talking about the Mandela effect 10 years ago, really. And now it's like a huge thing. Like big chunks of people are remembering stuff totally different than other big chunks of people. And it's like, I think something like that slipped.
How's that for a little bit of freehanding there?
Where? What do you got?
All
Hold
the
on.
tiles.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
On the book itself, I just kind of started sketching in random.
Kind of see it.
Yeah, I need to sketch in a little
It's
bit more.
black text on the blue. Is that what I'm seeing?
Try to use like
those
a...
would be too cool. Those books would be fun.
So Mungo is the one that got it for me, or he printed them out for me. Sent them over. He does the basing bits,
Okay.
and that's when we were talking about.
Isn't your other one? It's got a detailed base, kind of like that. Yeah.
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 The reason why I bought the makeup sponges is for this guy when I'm doing the Griffin piece of it, because that's the base you were talking about.
Yeah.
So I bought the bases at the same time. This is like a
Did
rose.
they not go to those models?
No, they don't.
Oh,
I bought
okay.
I bought
Gotcha.
different bases just to kind of fit, and I thought they would look cool.
Okay.
But for the Griffin docs or this, bison type creature, I got the makeup sponges so I could try to blend and get some fun effects going with the muscle groups. Jinja is sassy today.
Fun.
Because, we did the...
part of their actual brain. That's because the large majority of people are under it and dumb as fuck. Well, no, that is true too. But I can cite you examples of things that I remember differently that aren't like remembered the same as other people. I mean, I'm pretty smart, I think. A lot
So-
of people say so.
we were... I forget what I was talking about one day with somebody. We were discussing...
That's why you bought makeup.
Yeah. The idea of So I mean, like talking about like the past and how we used to do things.
Alzheimer's is a bitch. Yeah, for real. But how would you know if you slipped into it if you were already kind of crazy? Like, how would you know if you're already living like in an alternative reality in your head, and then you go into dementia? Like, how would anybody know?
Yeah, it is. Truly
Just
is.
curious. If you already say crazy stuff, where's the line? Anyway, sorry. What were you saying? Oh, because I'm sure. Yes, as soon as you tell you, forgot what you were saying. Fun. Oh no, you were talking about mindfulness and past and people looking at reacting to things based on what's happened already.
So
I think that's where you were going.
we were talking about remembering the past differently.
Oh,
The
yeah.
rose, the
Yeah,
rose,
Ignore me.
the you guys. If Ginger, if you want to come find me and have dinner with me and hang out, so I'm not eating alone, I'm all for
Whoa.
it. It's me and my cat, man. Let's go.
You inviting them over for dinner?
Well, he's in
What?
Texas, so I'm not afraid.
I just want to point out that Paney hasn't even offered the stay in frame crew that yet.
I mean, the closest one to me would be Smiling Beagle,
True.
and if him and Karen want to come down and do some smoked meats or something, let's do it.
Yep. I've actually got a buddy of mine who did.
Did you just say beets? Disgusting.
Smoked meats. Meats. I said meats, not beats.
MEATS? Okay, good. That's
Yeah.
fine.
Animal flesh.
Meat,
Animal
yes,
flesh.
animal flesh is fine.
Tomorrow.
Yeah, but I had a
Well,
buddy that did a bunch of tattoos in New York, and he actually works at a tattoo shop in Savannah now. He ended up moving down there a few years ago.
so a lot of people in New York moved to Savannah. There's like a whole social club there.
Yeah, he works at shops there.
Uh,
Never been to Georgia. I mean, that'd be another good reason to come. I'd like to take a ride down there. Is what I want to do.
So-
I think I timed it at one point.
if you want to take a ride, try to take a ride and head up to Blood Mountain.
Okay.
On the weekends, there's a lot of the mountain getting up it near Young Harris, Georgia, and the start of the Appalachian Trail is a beautiful ride when you can do it that way. When you're on bike, it's fun. When you're in car, you're like, oh shit.
Oh yeah, no.
So we would do a work conference in Young Harris, and I mean it's fun being there in Young Harris and making that ride. But if
Okay.
you do it at like nighttime, you don't realize it, but you end up driving almost straight into the mountain a couple of times because the turns are so sharp.
Yeah, that's fun.
So-
that's like the tail of the dragon out here in Tennessee.
Yeah.
Tennessee, North Carolina border has a road like that. It's like 11 miles, and there's 300 and something curves in it. It's just a constant hairpin turn, just back and forth, back and forth, back and forth.
So me and a former
It's a
partner
blast.
we did the walk up the what's the name of the waterfall in Georgia?
Don't know.
It's actually the start of the Appalachian Trail.
Okay.
Is it Alatoona? That's not Alatoona. I gotta look it up. It's gonna bother me if I don't look at it.
I don't know anything about Georgia, except one of my favorite bands in the world's from there. That's all I know.
Which band?
REM, they're from Athens. Fuck yeah, boy.
Look at that juicy Jinx butt.
Let's see some things, but hold on. Ah, nice. Jinx butt. Let me see. Let me pull up another window pane here. There we go.
Yeah, I was right. Amicable Falls.
Stripey. Stripey. Oh, yeah, I wonder. So if let me see. If I went from, let's see. So, let me go to Google Maps. If I went from here to, let's see. So here's Savannah. Here's Savannah, Georgia. Directions. So it would take me. Oh, that's not even going to tell me. Come on.
6 hours.
So, I-
6 hours. That's not bad. 16E.
yeah, you'd be running down 16, and you would never
That's
come.
not bad at all. 6 hours. So how far are you from Savannah?
Savannah is about 6 hours
Oh,
for me.
shit.
Yeah.
You're on, like the other side of Georgia or something.
Well, I'm in the central part of Georgia. I'm
Oh,
in
okay.
I'm in the
Yeah,
capital.
Savannah.
Savannah's down on the coast, and I have to deal with all the traffic. But I dropped the link to Amicable State Falls State Park. So that walk there that we did, they pointed out, they're like, so there's like literally 1,200 steps up
Wow.
to get to the top of the waterfall.
Dang.
So you can start out at the base and you can do a walk up. And it's, it was, we did the walk up and down. And then later that day, we got lunch. And then one of the things she wanted to do was go get apple picking, because it's really big up in that area during fall time. In North Georgia, there's a couple of big orchards that run, and you can go pick up stuff. And then
Nice.
when you get, one of the places, we drove past there and was like, oh, they built a cider shop across the street from the apple picking farm. I'm like, that's where we're going. She goes,
Yep.
They got the best hand pies and cider. Let's do it. So we went, got the hand pies after dinner, after lunch. I'm leaving that in place, sir.
You want a nap? Oh, that's funny.
Who's being naughty?
Ginger. He's always naughty.
Ginger.
Gotta raise hell.
Well, I don't have the ginger turkey call, so.
Ginger triggering mods. Commonplace, that means my language. Hey, Mark. How's it going?
Welcome in, Mark.
Sneak in there. Yay, welcome.
Hello, Mark.
Hey, finally.
Listen, man, we're doing our best, right?
Hey.
Everyone's trying to make it through the day the best they can.
I've got ginger. I saw you earlier, but we were talking about the state park, and I had to get it out of my head. But I did that walk with a partner, We walked up, and we were joking because we get up we're like walking, and there's like signs as you're making the walk up there. You have 1,200 steps. I'm like, did the last 200 not count?
All right.
Before you get to it, because
Oh, geez.
so you get to the base of the mountain, really, and then you have a slow, gradual walk up it, and then you have to go up a handful of stairs, and then you get to a spot, and it's like, stairs start now.
Wow.
Stairs, 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 not steps, stairs.
Full on.
It's 279 feet up.
It's kind of like going up the Astor Tower in Astoria. Kind of. Not quite that high, though. That's because the beer goes down faster, so I have fewer brain cells when sober.
Fewer minutes.
Mm.
Oh, 729 feet, 222 meters high.
Yikes. What's date of that check? Oh.
Careful, this one will shoot you with the glitter bomb. She can take care of herself. All right. So, if you were going to do text, would you do just lines, squiggly lines?
Ah!
What?
I was just reading Jim DeBee's comment.
So, what I want to do.
Oh, God.
Wow.
I'm sitting here painting this finger, and I realize it's not a finger at all. It's a screw.
You're putting a screw.
I was going to say that wasn't a finger you were painting.
Yeah, that's not his finger.
Cue that one guy, that one moment from How I Met Your Mother.
Nope. No, I have not. No, mana.
A gobby mofo fella. Really? You've never dated a gobby mofo?
What's the no?
That's good.
Yay, now it looks better.
Yay.
I mean, Canada, Wisconsin's not too far from each other. It's still possible. It's still plausible. But Ginger's out, what, Vancouver?
Like Vancouver.
Or much further west.
Maya,
Maya, he.
Maya, Sorry, that's the song that's currently playing on my side.
Nice.
Victoria.
Victoria.
Primo Victoria.
I'm into Victoria.
Alberta at some point. Alberta.
I was talking to Lecter last night about Australia, and I have a couple friends in Adelaide, and I was like, they keep wanting me to come down there. Like, it's a 24-hour plane flight. Here. That's insane.
Yes.
I'm gonna say no.
Guess what? Well,
I
we
do
all
not
met
wish
up.
to be on the death rocket for that long.
Oh,
The
God.
Death Rocket.
Yeah,
Is that what we're
I mean-
calling it?
India was 18 hours. It's just like, oh, mind numbing. But the Emirates are nice flights, though, at least. If you're going to be stuck in a death rocket, those are good ones to be stuck in, I think.
My stepmom used to work for the federal court, so they would have her go all over the place, and she would refuse to allow me to fly anything other than Delta because that is what she deemed to be the best airline
Mm.
in our
So,
area. She goes, if I hear you're on any other airline but Delta,
Oh, geez.
I'm
Frontier
gonna
all
make
the
a
way.
call, and you're not gonna be able to get through security.
Yeah, right. Don't let them
Okay.
back in the country.
so my mom would often
So
send
like
me.
get past security to get onto the flight.
Oh, okay. We thought maybe getting back into the country.
The death rocket.
Sounds like a
some kind of no man. Yeah.
yeah.
I mean,
I'm
wrong
surprised
stream.
that actually, you know what? Back up. Haney,
Oh,
What's up?
you have such an aggressive filter for chat. How did dildo get past?
right. That's what I thought. This one got passed, but the other ones didn't.
What?
Well, I mean, I think I took that one out because I was like, it can't be used in a negative way as much. And I think it was Smithereen or Shiny Mew Paints, not Smithereen, it was Shiny Mew, would frequently say something with the word dildo in it. I was like, oh, that's not super bad, and it's one that can't be abused a whole lot. But some of the other ones, like
I'm teaching.
piss and shit and dick and suck and all of that kind of
7
stuff.
words you can't say on TV.
It's kind of along those lines. Some of Jinja has also been updated to be on VIP list or been on the regular list to kind of help tamp that down.
Mm-hmm.
But there's still some requirements where it's a little bit more lax. And Nightbot's kind of understanding not to say because I've told this story before. I'll tell it again. So if you've ever watched Day 9, he's a streamer that does variety streams, and him and his brother back in the day were very big StarCraft players, like StarCraft Brood War type players.
Yeah, let's StarCraft.
I found him because I was trying to get into StarCraft 2 back in the day of Wings of Liberty, and he was doing like his Day 9 dailies and all this kind of stuff. And I just kind of fell out of watching Twitch for a long time because, I got away from gaming. Well, recently on the StarCraft side for the American announcers, there's 2 that are really well known. One is Tasteless, and one is Artosis. Tasteless and Day 9 are actually brothers. Artosis is a friend that would be streaming with them and was kind of like the analytical, strategy talker about her. And he was very high into playing. His stream, if you ever watch it, is one of the Jinja's respectful, Nomano's respectful, everybody's respectful in the art community. But that stream is a place where hope, scum, and villainy all go to die. And you end up in some weird fucking place.
Wow.
So one day, Artosis actually was able to raid into Day 9.
Uh-huh.
So he gets all of these people from Artosis' stream. And apparently, Artosis would have text to speech on. And people would essentially be reciting Mario Brother Rule 34 porn the entire time.
Whoa.
And it was getting really bad
Whoa,
to the
whoa.
point where they're trying to get him moderated. So they had to like start putting words of moderation in there, and the moderator's like scrambling to figure it out and goes, so essentially ban the word Mario and Luigi from his chat.
Jeez. Wow.
And he goes, I had to do it because there was no other way to get the chat back in line. So I took the corporate approach, which is I will ban some words and forgive other words. Because like the generic corporate list, dildo would be banned. But I took it out
Right.
at one point. Because it's a funny conversation.
I never have enough people in my chats to have a moderator. So,
Well, and that's
not yet, anyway.
so Hayes kind of seen it as well on her side sometimes, which is people will randomly show up in her stream and start asking her or start trying to sell her like a graphics package for her stream overlay.
Oh, I got those a lot at first. Yep.
I would get them in private messages, but never in chat.
Yeah, I got a lot of privates. Hey, how you doing? Hi. And you go look at their profile. It's just a graphic designer. They're doing overlays or
Yeah.
intros or. You know.
I've just stopped ignoring. I've just started ignoring most whispers I get on Twitch.
What? I once found a gym bag full of dildos behind my workplace. Where did you work? A dildo factory, maybe? I've been allowed to warn them, man. Oh, okay.
Yeah. And I mean, it's fine, but like once chat like explodes, you can't stop it.
All right.
So you have to like, so it was like a quick way to get like rein in the situation, and that's how they did it. So sometimes
Yep.
I never know who's going to show up now, because Twitch is very different than it was when I first started. Like it's extremely
You're
different.
one of the old timers too. You guys have been on here for quite a while, yeah.
I probably, if I wanted to go back and look, I was probably one of the very early adapters in an account. This account age is probably almost as old as Twitch.
Damn, son, that's pretty cool.
Well-
I remember before we moved out to the East Coast, it was like 9 years ago. I remember my youngest son Dylan he's like a super gamer dude, like one of these kids that could have gone into esports and shit. And he was going to get into streaming back when Twitch got going. He was like, I mean, he was playing Fortnite at the time, I guess. He's a beast though. He's one of these guys that could totally compete. He never ended up doing it, but he talked about it for quite a while. It's like he was doing a lot of research and stuff, and a lot of the top streamers that were actually competing in the esports divisions and stuff, and was trying to figure out how to get into that. And ended
So
up not.
for esports itself, for the teams, they're actually required to stream a certain amount of time on each. That was one of the issues that came up from League of Legends, because League was running their format like the NFL.
Greasy as shit already. Ew.
Uh,
Oh no.
Nope.
I'm just gonna let you two have fun. I'm just gonna focus on mine.
Get back to painting.
I'm just gonna keep painting.
Just keep painting.
Just keep painting.
Just keep painting.
Um,
Painting.
but back in the day when Day 9 and I was trying to get into StarCraft and watching like the early days of esports and MLG, they were using Twitch back in the day.
Yep.
So that's why
Go ahead.
that's why I had the account as old as I did, and I did try to stream back in the day League of Legends and WoW, video games. It was a different place then. Like even Day 9 was talking about how esports is different in America versus Korea.
Really?
So back in the day, in South Korea specifically,
Your
because
camera is at a wonky angle, Karen.
uh,
What?
Your camera is at a wonky angle.
I can't see my camera.
because of how
Okay.
someone in the
Mhm.
Korean government realized that the future of the society was going to be through internet. So they started building broadband facilities early on and adopted DSL and cable way back in the day.
Is there any way to focus it?
And they built like the little gaming clubs and the LAN parties and all that kind of stuff was going on way
Oh
back.
yeah, I remember LAN parties.
Yeah. But I mean, they were doing it through internet back in the day. So, in order to build out their infrastructure for data management, what they did is essentially they gave military early retirement bonuses. If you took out of the military and you could go, essentially built a computer cafe. But you had to pay for all the infrastructure and build out all the infrastructure and make it a successful business. So they naturally became places where kids went to hang out after school, and they were playing and doing all that kind of stuff, and they got really good at esports, and it became like a competitive sport there. Whereas in America, we treat it as not a privatized utility, or it's a private utility, and it's not the same kind of internet because our speeds have been all jacked up.
I don't know. Yeah, except your hands. Like, okay, there you go. Yeah, that was good. Really, just seeing your hand.
Yeah, no man, it's Jinx.
Yeah,
Here, I'll put her all back together for you.
yeah, she's painting Jinx on her side.
I guess you've only really seen me grabbing bits and pieces at a time.
She had them started together. It's a big model. She's a big lady. It's the arcane version where she's holding up the flare.
Nice.
Yeah. I remember the scene in Arcane. We have ads coming up. I'm gonna go feed the cat really quick and probably make myself some coffee. I'll be right
No,
back.
Mana, she is 12 and a half inches tall. She's the largest figure I've worked with.
Crazy.
It doesn't poke up very far, though. Yeah, she's a hella biggin. Let's see, I can this is a 75. That's a 75
Cutie.
compared to her. Haha, Painty! I win. No Mana joined the dark side. As I get some weird music. I wasn't a really big fan of Vi's character. It's just okay. I was more so a big fan of Jinx and Jinx's character development. where everybody saw her as the bad guy, and then suddenly she was the good guy, and she's like, WTF, like, I'm doing the same crap I was doing before, and now I'm the good guy? Okay.
Dun, 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 dun.
Silco was by far, though, my absolute favorite character out of all of it. Nobody can tell me different. Silco is my favorite.
Oh,
Okay, I need to. Silco.
And
The one that's not a character, the game.
yeah, I get it all. Enjoy it. Na, 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 na. Oh, I gotta pimp out my art Etsy store too now. We're still adding a bunch of stuff. Okay.
I wasn't a fan of Melon and Bessa.
no.
What? What you got going on over there? Cracking up. Okay, where are we on 6? Oh, damn. All right, we gotta take a 10-minute intermission, run our ads,
There you go.
get fluids, pet our pets, do stuff. We will be back. I will not be painting, so you will not miss anything. And we'll be back in moments. Enjoy.
Put me on big screen.
Oh, you want to be on big screen?
Just for a minute.
Whoops.
Oh,
Okay, hold on. Now I pushed the wrong screen. Sorry. Yeah, hold on a second. Let me set the. Whoops. Don't know why. Okay, you want big screen? What we got?
I want to see how it looks. Can you see them?
Yeah. Nice. We got a whole family of them there.
Okay. That's That's all.
That's cool.
Oh.
Yeah.
You're popping your shoulders? Ugh.
What? Oh, ooh, God. All right.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Not a problem. I need a button for that. Hmm.
Aaron says, "Make me the star of the show."
Just for a moment.
Okay.
I always need to be the star of the show.
Plenty of wear and tear on the body. Yep. Look at that juicy jinx butt. Look at it. She too shiny. Oh, skinny. Yeah, she's skinny. It kind of matches up with how she was malnourished, though. Like adult, but teenager size. They probably kept her statistics very true to like real life. So like when you're malnourished as a kid, your growth actually gets stunted. So she probably like her character didn't grow as much because of the malnourishment. And then she got forever stuck at that size when she got introduced to Shimmer at a very young age as well. She definitely got forced into an adult role at a young age, so I get what you mean. I love how she comes across what's her name? Aisha, the little girl, and she treats Aisha like the world, like opposite of what Vi did for her as a kid. Because Vi basically abandoned her. Mentally ill until near 30. Alright, and I think in order to finish making this pop, we gotta go one more shade into maroon. Darker. So that means I've got to take a darker purple and mix that in with the maroon tone that we've been working with. Hey, but we live longer. That's what we wanted to accomplish, right? We were so upset that everybody was dying so quickly. So now that we live longer, we've got all these things that go on in the early. I don't know. There was growth hormones in all of my food growing up, and I think I turned out great. Me and No Mana going off on tangents about stuff. Don't worry about it. Also, No Mana Man came to the dark side and is now on my side.
Be safe over there, no mana. I have my coffee. A little hot. Should have let it cool down a little bit more. You're okay. You're okay.
I was cheating on you. Darn it.
Let's be fair. Layden does have a better voice than me. But I do have kitty cam.
I can get a dog or a bird cam. Don't worry. That's another shade darker. But I also want to push.
Oh, you hear? Oh, nope, not going near that one. Wiser man.
I hear no difference. I'm really stuffy because of all of Canada's smoke.
Wow, wow, wow. Chicken, wow, wow. Welcome back. Chicken, banana.
Yeah.
Chicken, banana,
Banana.
banana.
Oh, we didn't hit one of those. I should probably hit one of those.
I got a doggo cam, but no doggo. He's under my desk. He's found a new spot.
Dad, I'm hungry. Hello, hungry.
It's
I'm Dad.
like a corner under my desk. It's like a little den. He likes it in there. I should put the camera under my desk. Ew, banana.
He didn't say- Oh, you're not White Wolf.
No.
White Wolf doesn't grace me with his presence in stream. He doesn't like me.
Okay, done with Space Duck. He has been redeemed. He's at home in his bathtub, happily guarding the galaxy.
From one lonely path to the next.
Yeah, I don't know what he's guarding it from, but yeah, this print came out like shit. I didn't want to clean it, so. Banana is our safe word. Yep. Banana, banana, banana. Banana, banana.
Did you guys ever watch Brooklyn Nine-Nine?
Nope.
No.
Pimento? Oh my god, it is so hilarious. I'm sad that we've lost our captain now. Raymond Holt.
Okay, I'm done.
Okay, you're done? You think so? Okay. So I'm focusing on these bottles. I'm going to work on these reflections here.
There's a part where they start talking about the safe word. Good night, smiling beagle, Karen. I could have said that a different way, but
Oh,
Good night.
why did I mute my mic? Weird. Okay. My buddy Chris from Portland is blowing up my phone.
no.
Dude. It's funny too. It's like even when I'm working like with a normal job, he'll sit and call as soon as he gets up, like all the time. It's like, you know I'm at work, right? You know I'm at work. I tell him oh yeah, I forgot. Dude, it's been 10 years. How do you keep forgetting? Alrighty.
You gonna do the OSL? Layden?
That flare. Ah,
OSL?
object source.
I don't
Are you
follow.
gonna do any lighting?
Are you gonna
Is
like
that torch gonna be lit and lighting up any other part of the model?
I mean, that's my light source ish.
Yeah. So that would be OSL, yeah, lighting up the rest of the
Yeah.
stuff.
I'm following the lighting from the torch ish.
Yeah. That's object source lighting, OSL. So that's your source, your object source. Yep, that'll look cool. I canceled turbo, so now I get to be graced with the joy of all the Twitch ads now.
So like
Yeah, I've had turbo this whole
you
time.
could probably tell it better in the pants when I've got her connected. So
Have you?
with the
Oh, you
light
can't.
coming down this
You
way,
already did.
that's why you're seeing the highlight
Uh,
there and then the shadow
yeah,
there.
yeah. Oh, yeah. I guess in context, you can probably see it. It's hard to tell from the parts.
That sounded so wrong. What sounded so wrong, Ginger?
Like, I'm doing my best. Obviously, it's not going to be a perfect,
That's good.
but
It
it's
doesn't
going
need
to
to
be
be
the
perfect.
best to my current painting abilities.
That's all we can do.
Yeah, that's all you can do.
Hey, Fanny, what's going on with the belt buckle? Let me see that belt buckle. That looks really cool.
Uh,
Okay.
so I was
All right. All
doing.
right.
So I joined Cryo Cheese's Discord, and in there he has
Yeah.
references or a section for references. One of his recipes for non-metallic gold is simply to use violet, cold yellow, and white to get your transition pieces going.
Yeah.
So that's
White's like a darker burnished gold looking.
yeah, and that's
That's
essentially
cool.
that's what this buckle is right there.
Yeah, I like that. Caught
I
my eye. I don't know. It's good.
yeah, I need to get his stripes painted, but I haven't painted them yet. And then I think once I get the oh
Stripes.
god, cats and their stripes, man.
I'm so glad you can tell because I've been trying so hard. I'm like, I see it. Will somebody else see it? Maybe, maybe not.
You can tell when you're connected with Jinja.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. If it was in context, you could tell. The separate part, you can't really. There's no reference.
I am slightly done with the magnifying glass for a little bit. Ginger's just being
Yeah,
lonely. He misses Mrs. G.
Mrs. Ginger.
But like, oh, let me put. I think you'll be able to tell it more with the hair. Hold on, because the hair is actually finished.
Okay, I can't see.
So you've got all her highlights hitting on the hair, and then if I flip her to the opposite side where the torch isn't hitting, now you're seeing all the darks.
There you go. Yep, I see it. Cool, cool.
Yeah, maybe I'll get like a little tiny glow stick to throw in there or something.
There you
Yeah, because the torch hits all of this. That's why all that's light. Then you can see some of the light hitting on the inner pieces occasionally when the light changes on the braids. And why the underside is so dark. Just a mounter with a flamethrower. No. It's just a little just a little glow stick. I'm sure I can find little glow sticks.
No, you definitely can. So
Oh, what was I doing? Okay, I've got that color.
And where did you go? And freehand on books. Check. King Dixon Balls, thank you for that stretch. Oh! Uh-oh.
King Dixon.
Yeah, King Dixon. That
Ow.
is a fun emote. You glad? I gotta get Catra's ha 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 mode up and running. Orange, glad I'm here.
Banana, 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 banana.
Yes,
Oh, crap.
because when she holds it in the show, she's trying to get Vi's attention. Bananas.
I'm sorry, did I miss something?
Kitty, banana.
No, just recalling. Nomad's recalling the show.
Hobbit height.
Here we
Come
go. Again.
on.
Oh,
Back to the Hobbit.
Vi sees it. The person who needed to see it ended up being able to see it, and that's what counts.
you have a soapbox about? Yeah, I mean she's short in the game. I've never noticed, King. Facts, no printer, only facts. You did get that one. I mean, that's how she was meant to be played. She was meant to be a hyper carry originally. Excuse me.
Doom, doom.
Coffee is the life. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but she had a lot of bad years. They put her some points in her played in hands. You know, feels like no tomorrow.
Oh, it was the meta shift that buffed her because static shift came back to being a popular tool, and she sometimes frequently benefited from static shift. Oh, I've completely forgotten what her passive is. To be honest with you.
Well, I hope I don't need that pen. That color.
Oh, yes. It was Get Excited back in the day. So it used to not stack and it would just pop up, and then as she popped off and gathered kills, she would move faster. Now it stacks and stays. That would be overpowered. Because she's a relatively immobile champion in terms of their AD carries or marksmans. Yeah. Yeah. That tracks why she's being played more than, because it used to dissipate and go away over time. Like it was a short window. Yep. Because that's what it was meant for, was to help reposition to gather more kills and putting up DPS. Yeah. She's not as immobile as Jen, but in terms of carries like Ezreal and Zyra, she's fairly immobile. Yeah. So Ashe is immobile as well, or more immobile. Yeah. Compared to Ezreal, so how they're, it's weird because they've started trying to figure out different ways to classify different champions. So Ezreal, Zyra, they're two of the more mobile ones. There's a third one. They're making another version of Arcane. Yep. Rakan and her lover. I can't remember her name off the top of my head. The lovers duo. Yeah. She's often favored in pro play because of her mobility or her ability to get out of situations. Because if Ashe mispositions, they're dead. If Jhin mispositions, they're dead. Ezreal has some tools to escape. Corki is a mobile one, but I don't think he's being played in bot lane anymore. Zaya, yeah. Not Zyra, Zaya. I'm going to lower my desk for a little bit since she's not here.
What?
Catra's not here. So I can lower my desk. I don't need to have the cat cam on. I can sit down for a little bit. Yeah. Because Zyra and Rakan could jump to each other, kind of deal. So they were considered to be great duo to play with in pro play, and then they were meant to be kind of good in private play, but it doesn't work out all that well. Because there's jokes, or there was discussions and theories about whether or not Rise was actually in Arcane. If I remember the lore discussions correctly. Because he is supposed to be. But he just never really got introduced, I guess.
Ouch.
He's supposed to be one that saves Jace, but at one point somebody said no, it's not him, and that's what sparked a lot of the debates. Okay, whatever. And we're talking about Jace the hero, not Jace to face. No.
Speaking of which, now you just summoned him. You know that, right?
We haven't said his words enough times for him to be summoned.
Oh, right.
We're long due for multi though. Somebody
right.
on that.
So I talked to Multi yesterday. He is working through his exams.
Yep.
Him and his friends were playing. Alan for tap, thank you for that follow.
Aha. Nerdin'. What else do nerds
learning.
Well, Multi's 18 years old in Germany. So he's working on finishing up his college or his school so he can start going forward in his education for
learning.
university and stuff like that. Him and his friend were playing CS2 and there was some raging and some moments there, so thank you for that follow. We're just goofing off and all painting separate different things. Layden's got her Jinx going. Smiling's working on his second entry for Nova, which is a wizard. And I'm working on my first Reapercon entry, which is a Puss in Boots.
Ta-da.
While sipping Deathwish coffee.
Oh, thank you, Small Parts Shark Points coming in with the
Hey.
awesome people.
Hey, we got a raid from Small Part Shark Points. Yes.
Thank you so much for that raid.
Yeah.
Look, it's
Hey,
Valhu
everyone.
again. Welcome in.
Howdy, Raiders.
Uh-oh.
Ah.
Small Part, you brought me Jinja again. I love you.
Ta-da. Welcome back.
Ta-da! It all comes back to Painty.
Yeah. The
Welcome back.
center of the universe.
You abandoned only to be brought back.
Uh-huh.
He was here earlier. What were you working on, Small? I was lurking for a little bit. Jinja does get around quite a bit, and he is loved by many. You know where I've been. Yeah, we know where you've been, Jinja. We still love you, though.
You know where I've been.
I was head of the kitchen. Yeah, I was worked at 18. Ah. Full-time streaming.
So, That's the last update I have on Walton.
Alrighty.
Yeah, he hung out with me a little bit last night.
Right on.
The only person we have not heard from is Battle Ready and myself and Leidner, but silently concerned.
Thank you so much for that follow, Alan.
Yeah, it was a little concerning, right?
Yeah.
Oh, thank you so much.
So
Thank
Alan,
you.
what brings you to our little chaotic corner of the universe?
It's something, isn't it? I guess.
It is something.
I would hope it's something.
Maybe later. I need more beer.
I don't have beer. I only have coffee. I don't drink anymore due to bad decisions and ginger beef. He's just so sexy.
I just drank all mine. I drank my allotment for this life. I drank all the beer.
Well, welcome in.
Yeah.
I paint a variety of things. I'm not a big Warhammer painter. I paint primarily fantasy and goofy things.
I'm Scottish, so I need to drink or I become something. I'm afraid of that something. We don't want to see that something. So continue drinking. Yes. Ginger's the 13th step.
English? No, Mark.
No English.
Sorry.
You don't get English.
the Scottish cannot be the English again. All right,
No. That ship has sailed.
that ship's gone. All right,
Mother's operation went super well. Good.
excellent, no mana.
Very nice to hear. Yay. Hey now. No race wars in here.
Careful, Valhu. Careful, careful.
Oh,
That
French,
you
yeah.
can-
we can pick on the French.
You could be worse than the English. You can be worse than the English.
Darn frogs anyway.
Darn frogs.
Which reminds me, I've got a Toad Sentinel that I printed that I need to paint up at some point. Maybe next Saturday. Yeah. We'll do Toad.
There's a guy that pops up on my shorts
Yeah, right.
that he's like
For 100 years.
the
Just
Irish.
right across the stream from each other. I mean, geez.
Well, I mean,
Or the straight stream. The straight from each other.
one of the models I'm looking for acquiring is one that Chimera's painting, which is the duelist.
Which one that?
The Buccaneer duelist, the French. It's like a female French musketeer.
Oh, like a historical model.
Yeah, semi-historical.
Those are cool. I thought I'd get into those. A lot of solid colors. Not tons of extraneous detail for the sake of detail.
You mean you don't like the buckle on top of a boot that makes no sense?
Well, okay. That kind of detail, that kind of nonsense, all right. But if you put beads on the buckle and then more stuff on top of that, then that's the kind of detail that's just insane.
I do not use Army Painter. I think Layden does use a little bit of Army. I'm primarily using Chimera and Reaper.
What's
And
the question?
I primarily use Two Thin Coats and Pro Curl.
I started wanting to mix my own
I
colors. And
use whatever moves nice across my figures at the time.
Yeah, for real. Unless it's Hobby Lobby paint.
But yeah, I do use Army Painter.
Karen uses Army Painter. Yeah.
Army Painter and Scale 75 are my primary two paints that I work with personally.
I never tried Scale 75. You like it?
All right, Mark Cook.
Marka?
wow. I'm so glad I gave you that one.
Leighton, what?
Mark likes to call her different things. So be careful. So the reason why I stopped using scale 75 is the gel medium sometimes gets really weird when working on a wet palette.
Okay.
And a lot of people do have issues with them bubbling and rubbing off excessively, no matter how much mediums you use to thin them.
Really? Yeah, we'll pass on that. Hard pass.
There are some scale 75 colors that are just absolutely brilliant, though. Some of their skin tone collection is
Good stuff.
beyond good stuff.
AK, I can't figure it out with an entire set of 236 pots. You need to find a different hobby. Yeah, well, maybe you got into the hobby to collect paint. That's what I thought. I love that color. Oh, I need that set. Now I need these, and I need.
So and that's the other problem is that Fantasy Games Range might be on a different medium. They were known for using the gel range.
I got those too.
And that's what a lot of people have issues with. Because they made their ink brand, and apparently there was drama with it, so.
All right, we even got to throw drama into paint land. Jeez, humans.
Well, you know, corporations.
Indeed.
Oh, I always use a wet palette. The only time I'm not using a wet palette for any of my paints is when I switch to oils. Oils, I use a flat.
I mean, scale 70 has it. Yeah, and that's the other part of it. For scale 75 is that it can be finicky in those ranges, and it's just when you're a new painter trying to start out, it can be frustrating.
Yeah, I'll use my dry palette with oils, and if I just want to sit down and paint for a minute, and I don't want to deal with the wet palette because I've got it mounted on top of my wet palette case lid. You can see in that one camera. So most of the time it's just sitting here, and if I just want to slap some paint on something, I'll just throw something down. As you can see, it's good to clean it once in a while too.
Wow. Mark's being sassy tonight.
I also uses nail varnish.
Is he?
Yeah.
Am I ignoring him too much? What's happening?
Apparently. You need to.
Drama and bad. Drama equal.
Nail varnish? What? Also, Mark, you're not allowed to talk smack to me unless you're in my own chat.
Well, he was being
I'm
ignored.
gonna continue to ignore you.
So he came over and saw me. Or no, he came in from small part.
Yeah. No, he was here.
He was here earlier,
Yeah.
but he's on the wrong tab. Wrong tab.
Yeah. You can see people bail and then they get raided back in. It's like, ha ha ha. Tried to sneak away, did you?
Smack,
Okay,
smack,
well,
smack.
smack.
Let's talk that smack.
Smack, smack, smack.
Look, Smack UK painting. You just need to calm down.
You just need to go.
Cool your jets there, Turbo.
Smack, smack, smack. Let's talk smack.
Hey, Mark, thanks. You can't smack Mark now. He's over on my side. We have cookies.
Damn it, I want cookies.
I too would like the cookies.
Would you also like the cookies?
I would also like the cookies. When did we get cookies?
Yeah, when were there cookies?
gonna change our logo to have a cookie in it.
There you go. I want candy.
Do,
Wow, wow, wow.
do.
You ate my cookies, is what
You
did.
son of a biscuit, Ginger. You will share the cookies. You will share the cookies or you'll get the hose again.
Or he gets the hose. It shares the cookies or he gets the hose. Oh no, I see sound memes in my future.
So, I mean,
see sound memes in my future.
Yeah. Buffalo
I want the
Bill.
chocolate chip ones. I don't want the double fudge. I want the chocolate chip.
It puts the lotion on the skin. Creepy freaking movie for real.
Oh, that's gonna be.
That was actually based after a real guy too.
So, did you ever watch the TV series for that?
Ooh.
Oh my god, that TV show was freaking beautiful. Oh my lord. I want to go back and finish watching it. I didn't get the thirds.
No, there was one. Oh, what? Onion cookies? What did I read? No, I'm more like, that's called a biscuit. I'm more likely to peel and eat raw onion than eat a cookie. No, I live for cookies and donuts. And then I got diagnosed with diabetes and can't eat those anymore. So not cool.
I was walking around the grocery store and I was, looking at the cookie aisle. I was like, nope, keep moving, keep moving.
So good. I will
Keep
go
moving.
through pastries like nobody's business. I would just like buy a box of Crullers donuts or whatever. I could demolish one of those in an evening easy. All of the above, including garlic. I do like a Ginster's Cornish pastry. What is that? What's a Cornish pastry? Do share your cultural experience of a Cornish pastry. Pasty. Oh, a pasty. My brain put an R in there. What? Oh, that's even better. So now I'm even more curious. What's a Cornish?
I like
pasty?
a pastry more than a pasty.
Pasty.
I hear pasty and I think of something that is used to
my
cover stuff.
Stuff. It's a thing that covers stuff.
It's a thing that's used by burlesque dancers to cover
Oh, a
sensitive
pasty,
bits.
Yeah, nipple covers.
Yeah.
Oh, tassels. Cookies and
That would be Ginger's cool.
yeah, fun.
Oh, where's Mrs. Ginger? I think somebody needs to have time with her. Or is she the one helping make the cookies?
That's the mystery. Yeah, no, nobody does. That's true. I agree with that. Nobody does want that in their mouth. Just because it fits doesn't mean it should go there. That should be almost black. I find it's a constant game of shade, highlight, shade, highlight, shade, highlight. Oh, okay. Well, here, can you see my stream? I'll just share it here. Because I live in the future. No, it's on my watch, dude. That's a Cornish pasty. Ah, okay.
It looks like a Hot Pocket.
Yeah, it's kind of a hot pocket, right?
Oh.
Hot pocket.
Let's just insult the UK really quick.
I know, right? It's like some crap, but no, looks good.
So,
Yeah, because I get the notifications from Discord.
But you, but it's so much better than a hot pocket.
Yeah, right. Hot Pocket suck.
To be fair, Mark,
Mm,
nearly everything is better than a hot pocket.
yeah. Hot Pocket. It's just throwaway food meant to poison Americans. Oh,
That's a savory pastry.
the English Scots War continues. You could put haggis in there, right?
So I've never had haggis, and I always grew up believing that it was supposed to be something foul because they're like, "Oh, it's a cheap intestine." I'm like, I don't understand.
Well, if you've ever eaten like hot pot or Korean barbecue, they have tripe and stuff. Tripe's is stomach lining.
Yeah.
But so yeah, that doesn't gross me out too bad. Tongue, on the other hand, there's
Well,
no
it
way.
depends on how you prepare the tongue.
That's what I hear. I smelled it. My ex and mother-in-law liked to cook tongue, and I remember going over there one time when she was cooking it, and it just smelled like ass. It was awful. I think it just stuck in my head like, oh, tongue equal tastes like that smells. But I hear, yeah, it can be really tender and actually prepared really good.
Yeah, because I mean, if you do, a lot of Mexican cooking uses tongue more
Oh, tripe,
frequently.
yeah, butt's brain. No, don't tell me that, Mark. I
Mark, we don't.
just want it to be stomach lining, please.
It's just stomach lining, okay? That's
I
all
can
it is,
handle
stomach
that.
lining.
Let's not
All right.
bring the brains into it. How did brains get in the
Let's
chat?
not bring brains in.
Brains.
We don't brain in chat.
We don't brain in chat. This is not braining.
McDonald's, Coca-Cola, to mention a few. Let's see who tried to poison him. To be fair,
Yeah,
McDonald's,
right.
Coca-Cola is pretty solid.
I do drink Coke Zero. That's okay.
Well, I mean, Coca-Cola is trash for you no matter what.
Well, true. But,
It's not healthy at all.
oh no, it was never designed as a health food. To be sure.
Okay. So we need to find Orange Cat references. Or I need to pull up that reference. Because I need to get his stripes in there.
Yeah, I've been looking at this snow owl for about a week for this guy. I still got to finish the wings.
So I have a whole folder dedicated to this guy.
What's that good? Mickey D's. Yeah, no. Have egg McMuffins sometimes, only because like a muffin is a muffin. Sausage, the egg, they can't really mess with it too much. But unless it's fresh raw food, it's gonna be garbage food, honestly. I do want to get stripes in there, but not like that. Food in quotes, exactly. Yeah, matter of fact, that's what I did most of today was getting a bunch of my starts in the garden. So
Oh.
we like to grow our vegetables. So I sprouted like three kinds of lettuce, spinach, radishes, and sunflower seeds just because I had them. So I planted those in my garden today. And,
Red oxide
yeah.
yellow. No. It's red oxide called yellow. That's all I need.
cork starch. Mm. Long pig. You know, there's a website my brother showed me one time of it's a site on how to prepare human, like all the
Really?
different cuts and how to cook it up. Yeah, how to it's a long pig because we taste like pork. Reportedly, I heard it from a friend. Yeah, you and your bubbling acid flask. I
Be
got
right
your
back. We
bubbling
have it
record.
starting soon. I had to refill
No,
my coffee.
we're just doing acid at this point. I'm not doing acid right now, actually. I mean, acid flask. I don't think I could paint on acid, honestly.
No.
Be crazy. The
Oh
Duchess is demanding food. Thank you for the stream. Painting holidays again for. Sorry, not sorry.
Sorry for the.
Gotta someone break up our stream of consciousness here. So I was talking to Uncle Adam yesterday for a minute on his stream. Told him what I was working on, and he was telling me about Nova, the Capital Palette competition. He was like, "Yeah, I mean, Golden Demon is prestigious to be sure, but you have more chances of actually placing something." Nova, he said, Nova is actually the best painting competition out there, just because they're three different tiers, and then within each tier, you can win multiple gold, silver, bronze, etc. So it's like
Okay.
you know who the judges are. So apparently that's a thing in Golden Demon. Like you don't know who's actually judging your piece. So he said he entered it in 2023 as a single model. I got something. I think you got a gold out of it, but yeah, it's open too, which is the thing. So I've actually never painted a GW model. I'm like, why would I spend money when there's millions of other sculpts I can download and paint to my heart's content without spending $50, $80, $120, whatever it costs. I don't even know. I appreciate the whole GW world, though. I mean, they make good stuff. Their whole gaming suit Warhammer. I just don't have time to play it, but I appreciate it. Of course, he's the closest to a space marine I've ever actually even dealt with. Duck. Are the best. Oh, yeah, no, they're not. But they're all going to say they're the best. I mean, I like this just fine, and gosh, it costs like 15, even that, like $10. I don't even remember right now, but and I can print and paint them as many times as I want because it's an STL. I could even have made it huge if I wanted to. I got this Goblin Scoundrel I used as a print test so I could do Layden's job, and I got like the base is this guy. He's actually that big. He's still in the printer right now. I got to take him out, but it's like a little 28 millimeter dinky dude. But it tested good at prints, so we should be all right. I'll probably start printing that stuff tonight. Right now, I'm just working on faking reflections on flasks. Now the bubbles couldn't do the bubbles though.
So much for that follow value.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Awesome. Bubbles. Yeah, there's not enough room for bubbles because I got to get the light.
Bubbles, my bubbles, my bubbles, my bubbles.
Thank you for the follow, Bahu.
Well, Mark and I were talking yesterday about having a this year. I was asking the chat like what colors to paint these last two flasks. He's like, "Well, make this one like a neon green, like a acid." Yeah, maybe do some bubbles down in here. Hmm. Yeah, he wanted me to do bubbles, and then we kind of digressed into, well, you could have a clear flask and put a fairy in there, and then it started getting crazy. It's like, yeah, you paint a fairy and slide it over, and then I'll put her in there. The freehand skills are not strong with this one. Bubbles could be a thing. I have to look at some examples just to get a visual concept of how it would look. Because it would, sure, it would be cool, but how to execute it's the thing with my limited skills.
Our skills are only limited by our ability to not do something.
Right. Well, that's true. Clear flask with a butterfly inside. No reason you can't do it. No, no. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I've got the butterflies now, which is awesome. It's perfect. It's almost exactly like the butterfly that was on the log in the first place. So I've just got to size it up with the base and get it the right kind of proportion. I don't want a giant butterfly. It's not like the prehistoric era, but get them printed out. Yeah, do that. Join Smiling Beagle's Discord. Do it. But bubbles, yeah, bubbles could work. I will look that up. Let's see if I can find something to trigger my brain to see
I
how.
hate all of you because now the only thing that's going through my ADHD little brain
Oh
is
no, light.
Is what?
No.
Finding Nemo. Bubbles, my bubbles, my bubbles, my bubbles.
Bubbles, my bubbles.
Thanks.
Bubbles, my bubbles.
Whoever suggested that idea, you're on my trash list.
It was Smack UK painting.
Yeah, it was them.
Mark, we can't talk for a while. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
Smack UK. Read the text. That's that's what? No context. Read the text file. Oh no, I didn't. Percentage for scale. Oh, okay, gotcha. For scales, yeah, okay. My brain's like, what are you talking about? Yeah. Well, see, the base though is a custom size because I sized it like by hand in the printer, so it's. I guess
Hey.
it would be kind of the same because he is an actual 75 mil print, so I guess it would be whatever the 75 smack does.
Is that consent, Mark? I'll smack it.
Yeah. Be careful who you tell to smack you. There's people that'll do it.
I'm pretty sure Layden will do it too.
I'm not paying for that expensive ass ticket. Somebody else could go and smack him for me.
I guess I'm closest because I'm on the East Coast.
Well, I mean, we could try to get Jace to do it.
Oh, there you go. He could smack him by proxy.
Yeah.
Hey, Mark, did you go to the BrosCon? Sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm good. You're fine.
Yep. I know Jace did. They were going to post pictures of stuff. Says I'm open for that. Smackdown, body blow, headshot. No, I didn't. No point. The shop doesn't have anything I paint, and I don't play Blood Bowl, so to drive so far it wasn't worth it just to say hi. Yeah, yeah, totally understandable.
Coffee. How long was everybody thinking about going tonight? Just out of curiosity.
I'm about ready to call
Because,
it.
yeah,
You just had to say something. My brain went, no, we're almost done.
yeah.
What you doing, sweetie?
Because I know the owner Filestorm games where it was.
So you knew the owner and you still wouldn't go check? Okay.
I need to figure out how to reconcile my inner feud with my local game shop.
Oh, I figured out how to do that, smiling.
Uh,
I
what?
call it stay in frame, and I hang out with you guys.
Hmm, good move. Well played. Dust game figures. Oh my god, Dust like Counter Strike. What? I don't know. Dust game figures at 148. Oh jeez, that's like Gum Gum stuff. I've never painted Gum Gum. It's like huge.
Ow.
All right. I really want to get this reflection going now. Hmm. Couple minutes. I'm kind of into it right now here. Dust is not. Oh, the creator just stopped. Don't know. I knew the Dust map in Counter Strike.
Mm-hmm.
That was like my favorite map.
I,
Dust
I,
and Dust 2.
everybody hated Dust because of how it was, but it was like it's a great map. It's fun. It's
Yeah.
not complicated.
No, it's quick, and everybody knew exact. That's funny, is everybody just knew the exact spots to go to every single round.
Yeah,
Wait, which one?
Dust.
Counter Strike.
Oh, I wasn't familiar with that one.
Yeah. There
Played
was
more Call of Duty than I did Counter Strike.
gotcha. Yeah, they had and then I got an Oculus for a minute because I was curious. So I got this game called Overwatch, which is like being on the ground in Dusk or in Counter Strike, like first person. It was insane. The Oculus was pretty awesome. And then the novelty wore off after a few months, so I gave it to my kid. And then it wore off for him, so he gave it to my other kid, and now he can't get it to work. So the Oculus's days might be finally done. But it was pretty fun. And the whole VR thing was chirpy. I like the ping pong was probably my favorite. To play against
Um,
people. It was actually like playing ping pong. It was really cool.
I know some people like the Beat Saber for an alternative gym.
Yeah,
Check
I saw
your
that one. I never got that one.
check your watch, Smiley. It's
There we go. Ah, okay.
I have a fancy watch, but my watch doesn't give me Discord notification.
Alrighty, I think I'm gonna call it. I am
Cool. Okay.
ready to run away.
As always, Layden, it's a pleasure to have you around. May you stay warm,
That was awesome. Yeah. Stay.
It is plenty warm.
or stay cool is what I meant.
Yeah. Everybody have a wonderful day. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
It's like, what if? Bye.
Yeah, I'm gonna hang for a minute just because I'm kind of into this reflection on this flask right now. Yeah, okay. I'll have to look at it on an actual device because I can't. All it shows me is the post. It doesn't let me enlarge it or anything. Yeah, I've got it set for answering. I can make and answer phone calls with it and stuff, which I never do. All right. Do, do, do.
Do, 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 do.
Yep.
Do, 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 do. All right, so my orange stripe isn't too bright, is it, Smiley? That I'm going to use
I
for
don't know. Let me see. Where at?
on his leg there. So I need to give him his orange marking,
Oh,
and I want concentric
Oh, right.
circles around there, and then through his chest, I need to bring it in a little bit, and then probably highlight it up and make it a little bit wider. But I need to do
Yeah.
a face marking for his mask as well, and kind of his
All
whisker
right.
pieces.
Well, are you going to varnish it?
Oh yeah,
Like
I'll
varnish? So
I'm
that's
gonna-
going to dull down your highlights.
yeah. It's going to be a matte varnish all across.
Yeah.
I'm a
So,
big
yeah, I mean, I don't think you can go too bright.
okay.
Because,
Alright.
yeah, like I said, I use that, I don't know what kind you use, but the Ultra Matte, like, really mats it down.
Oh yes, I've switched to the
highlights sometimes.
I switched to the ultra matte varnish from Vallejo. Oh my god, that's beautiful.
Okay. Yeah, it's nice. Okay, I stared at it so long I forgot what I was painting, and the paint dried on my brush. I hate when I do that. Okay, let's get one more round on here.
2017. You had quite the pile of shame then, Mark.
Wow, I was painting. Wow. Mm.
I mean, you've seen my shelves of paint that I have to get through.
I posted and finished my dust diorama. Sweet.
Ooh.
All right. Nope. Definitely take a look at that business. Ah, sweet. Thank you, sir.
I need you to find. I need to get Layden's Discord up and running. Can you post it in Habula's as well? Just so we have it in like 3 places.
Oh, yeah.
That is an interesting concept, by the way. on the diorama.
Oh, I think I'm good.
Hi. Did you want to come share your kitty paws with us? Mm-hmm.
Let me see. What do we got?
Hello, my love.
What am I looking at? Discord.
Discord.
And we got.
I forgot to do my clues by Sam today.
Tavern Talk. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's cool. Right on.
Hi. Hello.
Let's see, can I share this? I think I can. Let's see.
I need to get used to opening things in browsers and having them be the same shape because I can never keep that attitude or that object in my OBS to save my life.
I don't know if this is refreshing or not on mine. Yeah, it works most of the time, but only if I use the depreciated window capture.
Mm.
Let me see, is it actually working? Probably.
So I see your stream.
Yeah, so that's what I'm seeing too. Let's see if I can refresh it. I should be able to refresh the source, right?
Or change the tab.
Yeah, let's see. How about that? There we go.
Oh, I was going to ask you. I was going to talk to you about something.
Yep.
You're up.
That's cool. Like concrete. It looks like freaking concrete. That's awesome. What's this? Grass? Moss? Glue? Sweet. Wow, that must have taken a while. Very nice. And then these guys. Rah. Okay. Sweet.
You cast the walls yourself? That's interesting.
Whoops. Because I don't know. Where'd my stream go? There you are. Awesome. Very cool.
Please stop knocking that over, sweetie.
Hard to find the phrase crane. Order it from France. I love our commitment. It's like, I have this vision. It needs to be materialized in physical reality. We're got to make it happen.
Mm-hmm.
And then to
You
find
must make it happen.
Find what you're looking for, yeah. How do we make this work the way I'm seeing it in my head? That's the kind of stuff, like, not like we're geniuses or anything, but like Tesla did that stuff. Like he would see the entire invention in his head in one working device and then just spent the rest of the time then figuring out how to put it together in meat space.
Actual Tesla, not current Tesla.
Yeah, right. The actual Tesla. Yeah. Yes, plaster of Paris. I added chicken wire. Oh, for the rebar. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, that's a cool effect.
Mm-hmm.
It looked like Parma actually. When we went and visited Parma in Italy, and it was like still got walls that you could see the blast holes that they had patched up, like in the downtown area. All the old buildings. Okay, I think on that note, I'm gonna jump ship.
Okay. I'm gonna go for another hour and a half, and I'm gonna keep
I'm
pushing
gonna
on.
go find food.
I'm gonna work on getting my freehand for Puss done, and then I might be putting him in the done category, or I might be futzing with the
Sweet.
base some more. I want to clean up a lot of the white tiles and get them a little bit better.
Right on. All right, gang. I'm out. Thanks for hanging out. It's always a pleasure. I'm gonna go feed my belly, and
You get some
I will be
delicious
back.
food, sir.
Oh, indeed. When will I be back? Monday morning at 8:30. Bright and oily, kids.
I will be there
Bye.
lurking. Um,
Okay. It's always awesome. I like when you do.
well, I set up
Doesn't look totally empty.
uh so my Linux computer that sits behind my work computer, I finally logged in and been using it just to
Oh, there you go.
stress test it. I'm like, oh, I need to
Yep.
upgrade it. But it works great for lurking in streams and turning around and going, oh, that looks cool. Oh,
Oh,
back to the
right on.
horror of work. Yeah.
Right. Back to the horror of work. Yeah, that's a good idea. Actually, I've got my old MacBook Pro that I replaced with this one,
Hmm.
and I've got my work MacBook Pro from the last gig I was on, and before. Oh, actually, my company computer. So I told them that it's a 14-inch. It's like a 2018, so it's a little older, but it still works perfect. It's just the battery won't hold a charge in either one of them.
Hmm.
So I either need to find someone. I mean, there's kits that you can replace the battery yourself. Like you used to be able to replace them before they started gluing them in, and
Ah,
now they glue in the battery, so you can't just plop it out. You have to have a whole kit to unseat all the glue and all that crap.
that's a lot of
I could
work.
have someone. Yeah, I could have someone else do it. I don't know what to do with them, but they're both perfectly good working Macs.
Yeah.
I just got to figure out the battery situations. Anyway, thanks for letting me babble, everybody. We will talk to you soon.
Talk to you soon. Be safe and enjoy.
Thank you. Be good out there. Peace and love. Bye.
And I can turn the music back up. I can remember where the volume mixer's at. Um, oh, what is this muted image? Oh, monkey. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Okay. Why are you being weird all of a sudden? There we go. Fixed it. First try. Of your dust diorama? That's a lot of crazy work. Like I like how much detail you put into it. Building out your blast patterns, getting your chicken wire in there, casting a plaster, and then it's interesting. I like it, sir. I feel like by adding the stripes, you're immediately drawn to the cat. Like I feel like he got lost, and then the moment I added the stripes, I see him like a lot clearer. Watford is life. It was. I knew. He was one of the last things on my checklist that I wanted to do. So um it was on my list of things I wanted to address. It it's hard because I knew it would be such a intimidating piece, and if I screwed up, I have to repaint the entire damn thing. I didn't want to. But how you been, Mark? It's been a while since I've chatted with you. Actively, that is. Ah, where's your holiday? Every day's a holiday. You're retired. Austrian Alps. Ooh. Need to do something right through there so I can bring a little bit more attention to his eye. Self-guided center-based trip. Interesting. So you're gonna do a lot of hiking, or hiking and journey and like asking self questions kind of deal. Oh, nice. Sounds relaxing. Um, I think one of my personal goals this year is to plan out my next year's vacations and all my PTO time. I know I want to do 2 conventions, one being Reaper, either Nova or Reaper, and one being Adepticon. But after that, I need to figure out what I want to do with the rest of my PTO. Ah, excellent. Sounds like a fun time. So we won't see you for like 2 weeks, or won't see you for a week, and then when you're with your mother-in-law, we'll see you for like a little bit of time. Okay. Um, but since conventions are usually a week long for painting, I have 3 weeks of vacation, so I need to figure out what to do with my third week. I was pondering if I wanted to do another hike and go visit another national park for a week and just reconnect with nature, um, or spend time and just F off somewhere. So Nova and Reaper can't be at the same time. Nova and Reaper are at the same time, so therefore they must. It's a either or option for them. Adepticon can be done because Adepticon's in the spring, and Reaper and Adepticon are both in the fall. Nova and Reaper in the fall. So it'll probably be Nova or Adepticon is try to meet up with Smiling and Layden. Adepticon probably has the best chance of meeting up with Layden, just because that won't be at her busy time. I think Smiling was considering doing it as well. Hi, how are you, my love? But I also need to save time to go visit family, so I have plenty of hours built up. I just need to make sure I don't like over deficit myself and spend 3 weeks of PTO or 4.5 weeks of PTO every year. I'll run out of time real quick. I've done that before. I've been to the Grand Canyon. I've done the Badlands Um, in South Dakota, the Black Hills. Can I help you? What's up? You got that yawning face. Um, if I do the Grand Canyon again, I'm just going to go straight there. I'm not going to go to Vegas. But there's also going further west and checking out some of the Californian pieces and Arizona pieces as well. But I also need to be mindful about the time that I want to go do that. Try to avoid off peak. Yeah. It's not wrong. You're not wrong. I've heard that too. It's just, sometimes it's a question of funding availability and trying to make sure I'm saving and not overspending because I need to be doing house projects as well. So I have things I have to ponder sometimes. No, when you spend nearly 10 grand at the beginning of the year or in the better part of a month for home improvement, you kind of want to let that one settle out for a little bit and not overspend and try not to overspend. Like there's not much that I'm concerned about in days, but that's one that kind of caught my eyes. All right, his eyes are starting to get found. Got ads coming up in about 7 minutes. So depending on where you're at, the trains are always going to be awesome because places where they protected their track are still freaking beautiful and amazing. Um, you're okay, sweetie. All right, sweetie. You used to be afraid of the oscillating fan, and now you're not. So now she's getting brave and getting back up on the desk. What? What? I'm trying to work. What do you want? Hmm? Hmm? What? I have another hour in me, and I'm really focused on finishing up this tonight. I love you a lot. Uh, but you're getting your biggie yawnies in. I see you with your yawnies. I tried to nap with you earlier today. You didn't want to. No, we don't bite. You're going to start getting bitey. I'm going to knock you off this table. Yeah, she's not biting hard. It's just trying to stop her before it becomes like an overly big habit. What's up? You know, if I put my desk in the sitting position and sat, you could sit in my lap. She'll get my knuckle and she will bite on my arm. The difference is that when she's doing that, it's usually really gentle. This is she's kind of snapping at my hand as I'm petting her, and that's the behavior I want to stop. Her slowly trying to bite me to get my attention, I'm okay with. But come on. Okay. But when she snaps to bite at me, that's the behavior I'm trying to curve. All right. Take a moment, step away, use the restroom. I'm gonna mute and we'll add Zora on. Was on mute the entire time. I believe she's done. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. I'm loving it. White is what I wanted. You're okay? Enjoy. Error, error. What do I need for my base? I used Spanish Cathedral, off tiles, darkness cherry, cloud sky, and white. I need cloud sky. We are going to need the magnifying glass. All right, it's time to play miniature contortion. I need to take some water for this. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Itches. His nose itches. That air is the best air. I concur. Did you ever figure out the movie that you wanted to watch, No Mana? What are you watching now? Three Musketeers from the 90s. I think I remember seeing that movie. Just trying to clean the base up so the. I was really sloppy when I put the base layers down. I should have paid more attention to what I was doing. Mm-hmm. You mean when they were doing all the crazy, like, weird Batman, and it was just like this became its own genre of movie almost, with how they just did whatever. Yeah. Batman Forever plus 22, Forever 21 Batman. I know that's not the actual names. I'm just Yep. But it was trying to build off the Batman Returns era of style of movie, and it just wasn't working all that well for them. And they were just missing the mark because they kept going like this weird futuristic stuff that just didn't work, or they missed the discussion about who and what Batman was. Yeah. George Clooney. Yep, Batman nipples. Alicia Silverstone as Batgirl. It sank like the Titanic. He was a great Two-Face. Like, that eccentric Two-Face was just so ingrained as amazing. Mm-hmm. I mean, Val Kilmer didn't have much to work with because of how bad that movie was. Like, he was kind of stuck, and he's like, I can't do anything. Yeah. I did like Val as Batman more than I did like Tony, though. Just because of physical appearances. Mm-hmm. When he reprised his role as Iceman in Top Gun. May he rest in peace. Oh, Heath Ledger as the Joker cannot. So there's two Jokers that stand out in everybody's mind. Number one was why can't I even think of his name? Why did I blank on it, no mana? Jack Nicholson. You're right. Jack Nicholson is always number one. The way he portrayed the Joker, oh my god, that was. It stands out as amazing. I never watched the Joaquin Phoenix ones. I just, it's just something I couldn't watch personally. Heath did a great job. Um, for me, it's Nicholson, Heath, and then I can't speak to the movie of the Joker. I saw the CinemaSins on it. It was a great movie, but I can't bring myself to watch it. It's a personal reason why I can't. I like Joaquin Phoenix. I like the Joker. I like the Batman. I like all that kind of stuff, but I don't really want to celebrate that kind of movie, personally. Mark Hamill was the animated Joker and the voice of the Joker. Um, his voice was amazing for the Joker, but a lot of that was the writing that he was given for the animated series that kind of helped redefine the Batman universe. Because Alan Tudyk is the voice of Joker and Harley Quinn. And he's doing a bang up job as well. I keep animated on its own path. I the Joker I I don't want to count animated into it because so much of the animated series is iconically done that they created a handful of villains during it and sidekicks. Like, if it wasn't for the animated series doing what it did, you would not have Harley Quinn today. Um, Someone was asking, it's like, oh yeah, but it's, coffee. I mean, it's one of the reasons why I bought the animated series Kickstarter for Batman. How you doing today, King? I know you've been in the background looking. You doing all right? Da-da-da-da. I mean, they're amazingly different times. Nicholson was always so. I liked seeing movies, and I went to see movies based off the actors that were in the movies. And if I knew Nicholson was in the movie, it was going to be a good movie. Um, just because of how yeah, here's Johnny. Uh, did you ever watch Anger Management with Adam Sandler, where he was the therapists helping everybody through their anger issues, and like everybody went and saw them. Oh, that movie was so hilarious. And a large part of why it was so funny was Jack Nicholson. Hey. Once Flew Over the Cuckoo Nest. Having those retro vibes and just those amazing times in movies is just so... I need to clean up the purple on that right there. What's up, sweetie? Love you. Good kitty. You're okay? You're A-okay? What's up? What do you need? What? Can I try something on for you? Oh, Jack Nicholson in that really good. Calm down. Yeah. DeVito did a really good job of pulling off the Penguin. The series with Colin Farrell was really good. So the part that I liked about the Colin Farrell Penguin show was that how it picked up and like how the actual Penguin was supposed to be, being that gangster. I'm not super keen about how he went about it, but I mean, he did a great story, and that's really what it's about. Good evening and hello. Welcome in, Seraphina Bose. I hope you're doing well and having a great night. We are just randomly chatting about movies while I work on my Puss in Boots. This is going to be a ReaperCon entry at some point. I'm sorry, my camera likes to do weird things. This is a display piece. It came from Daniel Found Miniatures. It is currently sold out, unfortunately. this is going to be my ReaperCon entry, which will take place in Labor Day weekend. So it is, Alright, welcome in. Get your coffee. Sugi Sugi. So this piece comes with just the ball of yarn and him sitting on the couch with the hat and sword. I added the base from a 3D printer. I got 3D printing basing bits from Mungo's Marvelous Miniatures and added them around because it looked like he was going to be lounging with a mood. But welcome in. What do you typically paint, and what brings you to my little corner of this world? Give me 1 second. Warhammer Wargames. Gotcha. Welcome in. Tomorrow will be Cutie Patootie Sunday, which I will be picking for my box of cute miniatures. We may do an otter. I am thinking about doing Bacon Pig, which is Steamforged Miniatures Animals Adventures, where I got to paint a lot of pink for a pig with a axe and some tusks. Or we get to paint an alpaca that's just jamming out. I usually paint cute things on Sunday, 28 millimeter. On Wednesdays, I usually do board game type miniatures. This is our Jar Warrior Alexander. I need to finish him up. I need to get the red squared away on the top piece. I have laid our wolf hero. And I also have Borderlands figures as well that we will paint up. I sometimes will batch paint groups. It's not my forte. I do have 1 second. I was doing Borderlands and I was following a cell shading type idea for the figures. I do mix my own colors with certain things and we'll paint up different stuff. I do have a cat cam. She's hanging out down there. But this is a display style figure. Much larger than your standard 28 millimeters. But welcome in. We are nearing the end of this figure, and then he's going to find himself on the shelf for priming, or not for priming, but for matte varnish. And then we will consider moving on to our next figure, which will be Galen on Gryffidox. I paint as a hobby. If I could ever turn this into an actual job, I would consider it in 2 minutes. This is my hobby. I tend to listen to lo-fi and jam out and jive. I've been at it for about 5 hours now. I am finding the end of my night. Sadly, I was going to go for about another half an hour. Let's get to that half an hour mark. Yeah. I usually stream for about 2 hours. I go from 6:30 to 8:30 U.S. Eastern Standard Time. And I just kind of putz around. I try to keep a limited color palette for myself. Just because it helps me stay focused. Though I am told I've made some bargain with an Eldritch Horror because people are jealous of how clean I keep my palette. What's your Warhammer army? What's your Warhammer faction? She has. I have a literal. I have a literal shirt that she's ruined. Ah. Are you a 3D printer? Do you do the 3D printing things? Because she walked across my wet palette and I had to get her tail clean. We're okay with a little bit of larceny. Welcome in from Venezuela. No Mana is from the Netherlands. Is an amazing person. Well, he's a fun person to be around. Yeah. You're not Dutch. You're not Dutch. Very quick. So this is from Reaper Bones 5. The Greek Odyssey is what it's referred to. Roman warrior. It is primed and ready. I do also have a Greek archer primed and ready. On Monday for Mix It Up Mondays, we're going to be tackling the Chibi Astaria. At times I will paint other things like the Fox Clan from Signum Games. That's interesting. The Ultramarines are fun. What was I working on? That was going to be my next suggestion was Trench Crusade. They are 40K adjacent. They're miniature. They're a lot of fun. I've seen Conquest. I've never painted it. My wall of unpainted miniatures is rather large, and I'm on a no-buy miniature list. For a while. Nobody likes Tau. You like Tau to be controversial. You're not super keen on the anime battle suits? All right. I'm going to do a Grumpy Crane really quick and paint the rim of my base block because Gundam Wing is how a lot of people found Gundam. It is perfectly A-okay. There is no anime shaming here. I have two Gundam kits on my Gunplo kits on my wall that I may assemble or may not. Simply because they were heavy arms and the Death Scythe from the Endless Waltz of Gundam Wing. Total War. I've actually kind of fallen out of video games. I don't mind board games. I've played them. Those are beautiful. Usually I do not. I'm trying to stay more active and do the things. Hello, my child. How are you? Do you want to say hello? We have a new person in chat. Echo, yes. Very much have a kitty. She likes to crawl on my desk. She likes to be very active in stream. How are you, my love? Such a good kitty. Yep. She will wander past. I try to keep my arm from having her tail. What's up? I saw that. Was that Mark? Yeah. We paint a variety of things around here. I do like those, Eldar. The Wraith Guard that you painted up. I like how you put the creepy mask on them. Hi, my love. How are you? Stretchy stretch. Geisha inspiration. Really? I saw the swipe. I saw the swipe. I see your tail flicking too, sweetie. Does that mean you need to run off? Is there an adventure you want to go on? I'm almost done with the stream for the night. I got about 14 minutes left. I was just futzing around with Puss in Boots. I've made it through my list of things. I think I need to clean up a little bit of stuff in the back. We should be good. And we can start doing active things with Galen. His base is nearly ready as well. Well, her snack time is at 9 o'clock. I usually give her some treats then. I usually go to bed around 9. Well, sometimes. Staying up a little bit later these days. The big yawn. Big yawn. Well, I tend to wake up around 4 or 5 a.m. frequently, so I have been up for many hours on the weekday, and right around 8:30, 8:45, I start finding that zone out. Okay, you're just cleaning yourself now, and I would like my desk back. Can I have my desk back, please? Okay, up on my shoulder you go. Up on my shoulder you go. Ba-da-ba-ba-bum. So back here, there's been some rub off happening, and I just need to get some gray to blacken it, darken it back up. Sweetie, I'm gonna pick you up and move you off this table. How are you? Hello. Can I help you? Sorry for the flashes. It's the cat making the camera go crazy. I don't think you treat them well, no mana. Sweetie. I need you off the table, please. I love you greatly. I love you greatly. Mwah. You are my sweetie. But I would like to finish out my stream. Okay? Thank you so much. The Aldari are forgotten. Which is kind of funny because when they made their way into that one 40K game, they were really well received. Tacticus. What's up? Jace to Face plays Warhammer Total War along with Alexia. They also paint Warhammer miniatures. I don't know if I'd want to be a sister. What? I think he was. I don't know what he's doing right now, trying to paint a marble base. I haven't looked. I knew he was live earlier. 1 second. I need to take my glasses off. Right, my face. Those two tend to play together. I often wonder what faction I would paint, and it would either be Sisters or Death Guard. Just because I like the pale green. And a black rim. Turn that up. That looks nice. Feathers look nice. Batcat's a good painter too. Beyond box art. Uh, oh, shoot. I forgot to put up my rate out timer. Oops. Who's even live right now? It should be fine. I'm not dropping anything on my side. Or there was just like a small drop. Oh, well. There's not a lot of painters live right now. Quantum's live, along with Tara, but Tara looks like she's working on a gin from Reaper. And then Riot Sister's active as well. Unexpected painting. Well, that's how my night went. Yep. That's a sign I should be done with it. We'll glue that on off stream when I'm not worried about the cat trying to jump up on my table. Move my magnifying glass out of the way. So we're probably going to raid out and go see our friend, right? Quantum Reveries. Where's Monster Den? He's not live. I am so messed up right now. Yeah. I just stabbed it. I need to get the gel super glue out and use that, and that'll hold it in place a lot better. If it broke that easily, I need to make sure it's got more than one glue point on it too. And then clean it up after that. Yeah. Let's go see our friend Riot. We're going to see our friend Riot Sister. So, I am going to put us on the raid out timer. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out. Seraphine, thank you for checking us out and being with us tonight. Mark, as usual, it's always great to see you. No mana, it's amazing. King Dixon Balls, you are awesome. Let's go see Riot Sister.